Good morning, it's Tuesday and it's more Online Darts Live League winging its way to wherever you are in the world right now. We have our first two players at the Oki waiting, and they are the best two players from Monday. In Conor Hennigan, one of our modern amateur darts qualifiers, against one of our stalwarts in Kevin Burness, the man who I apparently upset yesterday by saying that he was Northern Irish, but apparently he's a little bit Northern Irish and a little bit Welsh. So I apologise, Kevin. But today,
okay, first leg, it's Kevin.
He may face his stiffest test in his first opponent, wearing a new shirt that I have to say is
60.
Very striking. It's incredibly in sync with the colour scheme here at the Online Darts Live League as well. It's almost camouflage against the walls.
140.
It is very nice though. As everybody knows about me, I like a bit of black and yellow. But these players will be striving for the red
59.
bit early on today. And when they met yesterday in match 15, it was a 4-1 win for this young man, Conor Heneghan, who finished
85.
in top spot after his first 5 games yesterday and had a dream debut pretty much with his first day of action.
140.
He registered an average for the day of 88.41, which is, to date, the best daily
85.
average of a modern amateur darts qualifier. So congratulations to Conor on doing that. But more than anything else, getting 8 points from a possible 10 was an excellent start to Group A.
Kevin,
Doesn't like that 60 score, and I don't blame him because it leaves something very awkward. Kevin Burness may be the marginal favourite in this match because he has the darts and because
76.
of his experience.
Conor require 131.
Might look at 17's first here.
41.
Hasn't really
Kevin,
approached 2-dart
66.
range with a great deal of power. And Burness has been a bit of a ninja at shots like this in his time playing here.
46.
Misses tops and gives Hennigan the chance to steal this
90.
first leg against the throw. It is the bullseye.
51.
Early chance missed, and Burness will hope
Kevin,
to take care of this without any stress. He doesn't do it. Just one of the complexities about playing the first game is that you might be a little bit more rusty than you were when playing your opponent in game 15 yesterday. And Hennigan does steal the first leg in 21 darts. It is a bit of thievery, that, but the thing is, if you can just start a little bit better than your opponent, you could catch them cold, and so far Hennigan is doing that.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
It was a very good game between these two yesterday. Yes, it was 4-1 to Conor.
140.
But both averaged almost 92. We had 3 180s in the game and some very decent doubling as well.
96.
As it happens, Conor Hennigan was the biggest 180 hitter of Monday, hitting 12.
93.
3 clear of Robert Owen, who got 9. And Burness only got 3 for the entire day. But that doesn't really tell the story of how well he played yesterday, because he too got 8 points from Monday. Only the one defeat, and that was to his opponent in this first match of the day.
81.
He had the best running average of yesterday by some distance. 92.23. He had the best double statistics at 42%. The only thing he really did wrong was losing to Conor in the last game.
133.
That's a nice approach. In contrast to what he did in leg 1, he gets to 2-dart range a lot quicker.
58. Conor, you require
14 and
54.
tops to convert leg 2. To be halfway to his 5th win.
Game's on the second leg.
No messing
Conor
there from
Hennigan.
Conor Hennigan, who did have a great deal of success on shots like that yesterday. It seems like he's starting to warm up a little bit, because that is a 14-darter on top of what he did in leg 1.
Game on.
If indeed these two are going to be
140.
the players to beat in this group, which is very possible. Let's not discount our other players in this group. Kevin McDine, Lee Cox, they will meet in
96.
match 2. Ryan Hogarth and Robert Owen. But if these two are to be the strongest two players, then this could be
83.
a crucial win here for Hennigan if he gets the result. Because we have seen already in group phases where players cannot be split
41.
by points. We have to then go to leg difference, and there is the possibility that they might not be split on that statistic. So we may need to look at their head-to-head record
58.
in the group. So, if Hennigan wins this match, he's already sewn up that against Kevin Burness for this group, with
81.
one meeting ahead tomorrow. It is, of course, in Group A, which is a 3-day group,
100.
only one player that can come through it by the end of tomorrow's session. The person with the most points, or if indeed the same points as somebody else, but a
100.
better leg difference.
Kevin, you require
And of course that
120.
head-to-head record that I've just mentioned. But this is Burness for tops.
100.
He had 3 darts at double 10 in leg 1 and missed them all.
48.
He's been given a little bit of
Kevin, you
breathing
require
space
20.
potentially, but if I were Kevin, I'd get rid of this. Double 5, fresh target,
Game on the third leg.
fresh hope.
Kevin
You
Burness.
just see from Kevin Burness's face that he's quite relieved just to get that first leg of the day. Is that going to open a can of worms potentially for him? Or potentially open up a can of something else?
Game on. $134.
Well, Kevin Burness is called Iron Man. I'm not entirely sure why. Sometimes the roots of nicknames can be very short stories or very long
60.
stories. But if you're going to be called Iron Man, you better have some energy. You better have some heart.
57.
That's what we have seen from Kevin in all of the times that we've seen him play here at the Online Darts Live League in 2021. He has been fabulous.
100.
This is his 93rd game. One of our most regular players. Of the 92 that he has completed,
100.
he has won 63 of them for a win percentage of 68%. That is elite when it comes to this tournament.
100.
Just imagine what it's like to play 92 games and average over 90 and a half for the whole time.
43.
That's how good he's been. That's a very, very high standard. And add to that, 37% on doubles. I think he deserves a pat on the back for that.
26.
That is an Iron Man style effort.
167. $59.
He's not out of this leg as Burness. Hennigan only gets to 108 there.
$99. Conor, you require
Really, really
108.
interesting exchange now. Hennigan looking to close Kevin out and can't. So here is
56.
Burness's chance to
Kevin,
get
you
back in this
require
match
116.
and to get this back on throw. The chance has gone already.
26.
Bit of a
Conor, you
cold
require
start today from
52.
Kevin. And Conor has got to take advantage of that. Tops.
32.
This time he can't. It was 54 for a 2-0 lead. But he
Kevin,
can't
you
take
require
52 for
90.
3-1. Another single 20. All that for double 5. This has been kind to him already.
Game
And it
shot
is
on the
again.
flag.
Beautiful
Kevin
shot from
Burness.
Kevin Burness. I just get the feeling that he was going for the top of that dart and it sailed into the 60. But double 5 has come to his rescue not once but twice.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
In stark contrast to the experience of Kevin Burness here at the Live League. Conor Hennigan with 5
99.
matches yesterday, 4 wins. Only the 1 loss, which was 4 legs to 3 to Robert Owen, which was a very good match. Running average of
59.
just over 88.4. 33% on doubles. And his best average of the day was 95.19.
60.
That's a great first day. But now you have to back it up. We saw Neil Duff last week have a great Monday, but he
100.
couldn't find something to get himself into a really strong position to win the week. That is
43.
Conor's challenge, not only today, but also tomorrow and prospectively Thursday and Friday if he does not win Group A.
100.
Well, Burness has made a mistake on 299. You have to go 19s first. And I know that I say this a lot, but until everybody
82.
starts going 19s first on 299, I will mention it every time because it is that important.
135.
Great approach from Conor, who is grafting here, as is Kevin. In the first match
43.
yesterday, which Conor won by 4 legs to 3
Conor,
against
you
Lee
require
Cox.
107.
It was a similar game to this.
$59.
It was quite an edgy nature about the first game yesterday, and we're feeling exactly the same today. Can he leave himself on a double? He needs a 60 to do that.
94.
Still not bad pressure.
Conor, you require 48.
So this is for a break, and to have the opportunity to serve it out in the next leg.
28.
And in his first game yesterday, his doubles were a little
You
bit
require
suspect.
80.
He only had 4 from 14. And he's missed a fair few in this match already. Is Burness about to take advantage?
60.
Not quite.
Conor, you require 20.
Double 5 for him now. Oh boy,
No score.
what a chance for Burness this is.
Kevin, you require 20.
He has not played well so far today, but he might be getting away with this one.
Game
But that's
shot
a
on the
great
fifth
dart.
leg.
He does
Kevin
somewhat
Burness.
apologise to Conor Hennigan in the background, but there's nothing to apologise for there because if you are given a chance, take it. Third dart, and that will make Conor feel even worse.
Sixth flag, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Only 2 shots hit from 10 attempts.
135.
Only 3 out of 12 for Kevin. So the doubling in this match has been a little bit below par. So much room
58.
for improvement. And there's going to be a long way to go in this group. One of these players is going to get to 10 points for Group A.
99.
The other will remain on 8, so they're not in the distance. The chasing pack, Lee Cox, Robert Owen and McDine
60.
are going to need early wins to get themselves into contention. As for Ryan Hogarth, even if he has 2 perfect days today and tomorrow, he might not have enough points to top the table. And we've waited all the way through to leg 6 for our first maximum.
60.
Coming from Hennigan,
Conor, you
who
require
has
87.
plenty of room to take care of this match. Double top.
47. $140.
You see a
Conor,
little bit more
require
frustration
40.
there from Kevin.
Game
But there's
shot
no
is 6
frustration
leg.
for Hennigan.
Conor Hennigan.
Maybe a little bit, though, as he just gestures towards the dartboard there, making it 3 legs all. I wonder who's going to win this last leg. It could be the first person who gets to a double.
7th and final leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
We've seen a spell of lots of missed doubles. Now we've just seen Hennigan get there straight away and take it.
100.
Maybe under pressure, he's able to find something a little bit extra. We're about to find out.
62.
Whoever doesn't win this group will have to come back on Thursday and Friday
100.
to get through another group. And that is something that Kevin has done before. When he's failed in a Group A, he has gone on to be undefeated
125.
in a Group C before by winning 10 consecutive matches. I'm sure he wants to win this group, though, and he is the favourite to do so. Group C, incidentally, will have Aaron Monk, George Killington and Scott Williams joining us from Thursday morning.
42.
A 2-day group, that one. And also Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night, which involves Chaz Barstow, Mark Dudbridge
140.
and Tony O'Shea. But Burness, the favourite for this group, has his best scoring leg of the match in leg 7.
65.
So Conor looks like he can't take care of this match because Burness has taken it in 13 darts.
Kevin Burness.
Well timed, I think, that game has just been done by Kevin Burness. I applaud that because he has not played well, and you can see that their averages are very similar. The checkered percentages are way down on what they're used to, but when you need a leg, like a 13 darter, Kevin Burness finds it in leg 7 to get 2 valuable points. As far as Kevin McDine's concerned, he's about to make his first bow of the day, and he's up against Lee Cox in match 2. That follows very shortly. Match number 2 about to commence between Lee Cox and Kevin McDine, and they both know now that the top of the table is now Kevin Burness on 10 points after his first match win there. What can these two do in the chasing pack? Looks like everybody get the memo today. Have a black and yellow. Here comes Lee Cox of Crawley, former London County captain, up against former Northumberland player Kevin McDine. 36 years of age. How did that happen? Well, Lee Cox was very good yesterday at the end of the session. He did get a very tidy win against Kevin in match 14.
Okay, first leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
But yesterday I didn't accuse, I just somewhat probed the likelihood of Lee Cox not being a morning person or an early in the session person, because sometimes he plays his best darts towards the end of a session.
45.
And today we're about to get some proof as to whether that is true. Yesterday he beat Kevin by 4 legs to 1, averaging 89.1. It was a tidy performance, especially on his doubles, where he was 80% with success. He lost to Burness, 4 legs to 1 in his previous match, but still averaged 96 in that game. He finished the day with 6 points, which is a very tidy return for his efforts.
134.
And finished the day in 3rd position. Kevin, however, suffered a couple of heavy defeats.
60.
He didn't play poorly all day, but only came away with 4 points and a leg difference of -4. So he's going to need to improve today
59.
if he's going to trouble the top spot. This is good
140.
to try and get back in this first leg.
Kevin,
But
you require
McDine has got to finish
154.
in the knowledge that his opponent does not.
104.
Nice leave from 154. That gives him options when he returns.
100. Kevin, you require
Does
50.
he leave tops or double 16? It looks like double 16 will be the effort, and is.
18.
Narrow misses,
Lee require 100.
and he will now have to dodge a steal attempt from Lee Cox. Just gets the single.
96.
Purses the lips on that single, but does not pierce
Kevin, you
the double
require
top.
32.
Can't afford to miss this time. And that's awkward. Wow. His darts do kink to the right a little bit, and he can barely see this 32 segment now.
16.
You see the angle, that dart went in. It was almost sideways.
20.
So Lee Cox can take an early break here on double 5.
Game
And
shot
does
the
so.
first leg. Lee Cox.
That is a bit of a gift, you have to say, but sometimes when you throw darts at the 32 segment and you block it like Kevin did, it can become a bit of a nemesis. Let's hope it isn't
Second
that
leg,
way
it's
for
Lee
Kevin
to
for
throw
the rest of the
first.
match.
Game on.
But if your opponent is missing,
45.
you've got to be there to take advantage. As for Kevin's day yesterday, I mentioned that he had 4 points.
140.
He averaged 85.61 for the day, with 28% on his doubles, which I suppose was his worst
57.
stat for the day. He had a high out of 136, which was a highlight. 2 treble 16s and tops, which was brilliantly done.
56.
He had a high average of 98.39, but that was in a match that he lost.
97.
He struck me as someone yesterday, after the session finished, that really enjoyed the challenge.
41.
And he did say to me yesterday morning that, yes, his arm was a bit sore, but he was willing to work really hard for potentially the 5 days. As much as he wanted to win Group A,
100.
he did understand that it was going to be very hard to do that. And he would have to be mentally and physically able to go for at least 5 days, which I think is a good mindset.
$45.
Just a little bit scratchy, this leg. Very similar to the first game of the day. Just trying to find their rhythm.
100.
Every day is different. Just because you finished strong yesterday doesn't mean you will start strong today.
57.
Leaves it handy on 100. That is the bare minimum he had to do to leave a 2-darter. Double 16 again.
74.
And again he wears it. He's getting no
100.
help down in that corner of the board. He's not getting much help from Lee either. He takes the 100 out. And like I said, you have to leave yourself in position to take the leg if your opponent does miss. Twice now he's done that, and twice he has really deserved the leg in my opinion.
Game on.
It's a bit of a broad statement to say that someone deserves a leg, because one of the things I love to talk about with this sport is that nothing comes free.
97.
You have to get the double. No one can give it to you. You can be given opportunities, but you can't be given the leg.
59.
There's no such thing as declaring. Your opponent has to beat you. There's no tapping out in darts.
40.
I had a discussion about this with someone who isn't sport-minded very recently, and they said that they admired this game because you don't get anything for free, and that is really stuck in my brain.
98.
Lots for Kevin to mull.
121.
He has outscored Lee in this match, but has been denied by the doubles.
140.
And when Kevin does get a little frustrated, he does tend to speed up just to let his natural talent talk instead of thinking too much. And I think that's very similar to Adrian Lewis.
Kevin, you require
Talent is there, he just needs to let it shine. 16's first, leaves tops. And he wires another double. Well, if Lee Cox takes this 103, I think that would be slightly cruel. But it's up to Kevin this time to take his first leg of the day.
Kevin, you require 40.
Double 10. Well, it's a nice little assist. And I think we're getting a big smile from Kevin there, as if to say, maybe sometimes I can miss the open goal, but if I've got a little someone next to the goal who can just knock it in for me, well, that's what we get in darts sometimes, a bit of an assist.
Game on.
And one thing we did get from Kevin yesterday was a lot of smiles,
96.
which is really nice to see. I was talking this morning with some of our backroom staff about people who smile in the game a lot, and I talked about Gigi Mathers,
98.
the Australian player on the circuit right now, and all he ever does is smile, and it has a great effect on people.
85.
The question is, will he be smiling at the end of this best of 7 leg contest?
140.
He could be 3-0 up. He has had a shot at double in every leg.
95.
You can't afford to think like that, though. You've got to think about the situation you're in.
59.
I am 2-1 down. I have 204 left. What can I do about it in the next visit? That's as far as you can go. You can't affect what your opponent does. And you can't be thinking about doubles when you're on 204 when your opponent's just hit a 180 to leave 45. The psychological
96.
complexities with this
Lee
game
require
are
45.
infinite. Double 16.
Game shot
And
on
Lee
the four
Cox
flag.
takes a 14
Cox.
darter, which improves his average, and it also improves his leg score, and in turn, that is a very good statement to say to Kevin McDine, you're going to have to win the next 3 legs to win this
Fair
match.
gets Kevin to throw first. Game on.
You have to say that the separator in this match has to be the doubles.
96.
10% for Kevin, 50% for Lee. And for the second game in succession against Kevin McDine, Lee Cox has been excellent
59.
on the outer ring. Because there's not a great deal to separate them in the average.
58.
If indeed Lee does win this match, he will climb to 8 points alongside Conor Hennigan and only 2 points adrift of Kevin
59.
Burness. And he will create a 4-point gap between himself and Kevin McDine and Robert Owen, who we will see for the first time today in match 3
100.
against Ryan Hogarth, who is going to have to really lift his level today.
77. $95.
It's well left on 152, and he'll fancy it. And he's going to have a multiple amount of visits to take care of it.
85. Kevin, you require 152.
Another one of those would have left double 16.
96.
He may be disappointed that he didn't get a shot at the double 16 there. It was a somewhat bouncing collision with his first dart.
121.
But my advice to
You
Kevin
require
right now is
56.
don't miss this, because Lee Cox has already taken 100 checkout in this match. Oh, and he's gone next
26.
door.
Lee, you require 100.
So Lee, with a second 100 checkout, will win 4-1 if he can find 80 more. 40 more. That is the game.
Shot and the match.
Just doubling
Lee
success.
Cox.
That's what that game was all about. And he replicates exactly what he did yesterday in winning against Kevin by 4 legs to 1. You can see the average is better. The 180s, there was only one in the match that came from Lee. 57% and 200 checkouts from Lee Cox. That is the tail of the tape. And he goes to 8 points in the table. What will Robert Owen bring today? He used a couple of different sets yesterday in some of his matches. So what will he use today? And will he get another result against Ryan Hogarth? Match 3 coming up. Time for Wales against Scotland in match number 3. This will be the final first match for our players this morning. So what will Ryan Hogarth do in his first match? Yesterday it wasn't meant to be. He didn't pick up any points, the 29-year-old from Kelso on the borders of Scotland. So you could say today that there's no real pressure on him. But as far as Robert Owen is concerned, he sits on 4 points. And if he wants to remain in contention for this group, he really has to keep pace with the top 3.
Okay,
a win against Ryan here would be very, very
Game
handy. Change of flights today for Ryan Hogarth. Yesterday he was using the Headhunter flights. But today he's looking for a bit of patriotism. Maybe a little bit of inspiration.
59.
Because the running average yesterday for Hogarth was worrying. 79.71, which was a good 5 adrift of the next best.
61.
He didn't produce a great deal of quality yesterday. So hopefully he will find something on Tuesday.
41. $43.
As for Robert Owen yesterday, it was decent in the end. It was the darting equivalent yesterday of hitting his head against a brick wall. And eventually it started to move. He's played quite a lot of games in the Live League this year, has Robert Owen. He's played 42 matches with 21 wins. So his win percentage is exactly 50%.
$140.
He is better positioned after 12 darts in this first leg of the contest. And he averaged pretty decent yesterday, 87.48.
58.
He had 980s, 2 ton plus outs, and a decent doubles percentage of 38.5%. But he didn't win his fair share of matches. He only won 2.
21.
And the reason he only won 2 is because everybody seemed to have their best performance against him. That was definitely the case for Kevin Burness yesterday, who averaged the only time in 3 figures against Robert Owen in match 6. And in that match, Robert averaged 96 himself. I said to him this morning, you should take it as a compliment that people will average well against you. This double should suit Robert as well because of the way his darts sit in the board.
Robert, you require 22.
That won't matter if he hits it first dart. Now it's a great guide.
11. Ryan, you require 95.
He won't be happy with that attempt. That leaves 81 for Ryan Hogarth. But he is starting today like he played yesterday, which is worrying.
Robert, you require 11.
Double 4. He's in the madhouse very early, and Hogarth should be considering himself very, very lucky to still be in this leg. He does get a dart at double.
20.
And I think we've just seen one of the reasons why he's struggling. His darts are not sitting straight in the board. Well, how do you hit this?
No score.
A very, very slow start for both. Double 10 is hit, and Hogarth is very, very lucky to win that one in 29 darts. Well, you don't expect to win legs of that kind of quality, but because Ryan has got it, he's got to run with it.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
You may ask me, with the amount of experience that I have within the game, if someone
96.
is starting to throw a dart into the board and it's not straight and they want to straighten it up, what do you do? Well, first things first, you don't constantly switch darts.
60.
That's a really, really bad thing to do, which is exactly what Ryan Hogarth has done here. Unless he has changed his flights in a manner of Superman changing his
59.
suit in a telephone box, these are a different setup completely. He's either very lost with his setup,
23.
or he's just got two sets in there that are identical with different flights. I think we are seeing two players really struggling
30.
here. And not just when it comes to technique and confidence, but with equipment as well. Because Robert admitted to me this morning that he was tinkering a bit.
77.
He used two different sets yesterday. I didn't spot that. But then again, when you look at the way his darts sit in the board, it's very hard to distinguish them.
121.
That's better. And he did improve as the day went on. Not just in relation to points, but indeed on performance.
100. Seven.
When you are struggling, like we've seen with these players in this third match, one of the worst things you can do is blame the darts.
59.
Too often dart players say, oh, I don't think this setup works for me anymore. I'm going to have to change something. 99% of the time, it's not the darts.
85.
It's the grey matter between your ears, and maybe one of your techniques has just evolved a little bit. And you may need to re-establish what was working before.
43. Robert, you're
I am just as much at fault for changing equipment in the past. But I don't change anywhere near as much as other players. Owen can barely see the 60.
83.
But that did not matter.
Ronnie
What a
Requirement,
dart that was
39.
from the Welshman. Too often today, I am seeing Ryan Hogarth go to the right
83.
of the 20, which means his
Robert,
darts
you
are
require
flying differently.
20.
Is that going to help him?
Game
Yes,
on
it
the
is.
second leg.
He is someone
Robert
who
Owen.
does like double 10, so when he does miss tops, he will give himself a chance down there, and I think he'll take it more often than not. But this one is 1-1.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
You'd have to say that Hogarth's chance of getting through this group as the group winner
85.
rests on him being perfect from here on out and getting some results along the way. But I'd have to say, with the way he's played so far in this group, that's not going to happen. And that's not me being
41.
defeatist. That's me just saying that other players are playing better than him currently. But what I will also say is that we have seen from a couple of
100.
players over the last couple of months that you can have a bad Group A and respond brilliantly later in the week and still make the weekly finals. We've seen it from Barry Bates.
60.
We've seen it from Greg Ritchie. It can be done. Now, if you don't get through this group and you go into Group
97.
C, which is a 6-player group, there will only be 2 spots available on Thursday and Friday. But if you finish in 2nd or 3rd position in Group
60.
A and go to Group B, there will be 3 spaces available. That's the benefit of finishing higher in this group. Maybe that could be Ryan Hogarth's
59.
ambition for the next couple of days. And if he can get into the top 2 or the top 3, I I think that would be a real confidence boost for him.
140. Ryan, you require 160.
6 darts from here. That is a great first dart. Perfect second.
140.
And a superb effort to try and take that leg in 15 darts. That's a marked improvement on what we've seen from him so far today.
60. Ryan, you require 20.
Double 10.
Game shot.
And for the second time in this match,
Ryan
double
Hogarth.
10 is taken by Ryan Hogarth. It's not a classic by any means, but sometimes in your first game of the day, you just got to get through it. And in Ryan's case, he just needs points.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $100.
There's a phrase, isn't there, where you can say it's nothing to write home about. I think that phrase might have to evolve for the 21st century. This game
60.
is not great. I'm not going to lie to you. It is a bit attritional. But it's not something you would
83.
email your mum about. Please get in touch with me on Twitter if you can think of something better to say than that. But one thing is for sure, Hogarth is gradually improving in this match. And that's a good sign.
131.
Robert's got to find that first dart just below the treble 20
59.
if he misses it. If he constantly goes above it, he's blocking it with the way his darts fly. This is more forceful. This is much improved stuff from Ryan Hogarth,
140.
and it's great to see. He can forget about his average now. That's shot. Same goes for Robert. But what he can do is improve from here on out.
84. Ryan, you require 170.
This would cheer him up. But again, that dart is starting to become
45.
a little bit skewed towards the left-hand side. If he wants to fix that quickly, what he might need to do is take some weight away from the flight.
135.
Or maybe make
Ryan,
the
you
flight
require
slightly bigger.
125.
He has a very heavy-looking stem protector at the top of his stem. And that will be
42.
adding weight to the top of the dart. I would remove
Robert,
that
you require 40.
to see if it makes any difference. But that is just me being a little bit fiddly.
Game
Double
shot
10
fourth
is
leg.
getting a bit of a pasting in this
Robert
one.
Owen.
We're 4 legs into this contest. And it's now best of 3 because Robert Owen has equalised at 2-2. As far as this game is concerned, I don't know who the favourite is. So let's find out what happens in leg
Fifth
5.
leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
You see that first dart in the treble 1 segment once again.
26.
And again he goes to the right-hand side of the 19. That is his miss right now. He needs to fix that.
81.
And what he can't do is constantly hit that treble 1 and stay on the 60. Because the flight is going to be in the way of that 60.
39.
He's got to utilise his switches a little bit more. But the worst thing you can feel as a player in a very, very lonely sport like this
83.
is that you're not playing well and you don't know what's going wrong.
$100.
Hogarth has represented his country. Rightly so. Fabulous player at times. But these are the times where you get
140.
tested mentally more than anything else, when you're not playing your best stuff. This is where playing darts is work. You're trying to figure out
134.
what's happening. And you're working very hard for victories. This is not an easy game. But sometimes when you're playing well, it can be made to look easy.
51.
If you are tuning in via the Online Darts YouTube channel, we welcome you this morning, wherever in the world you are. Because you may be tuning in from anywhere in the world.
Robert, you require 146.
If indeed you are tuning in via the streaming services of your
58.
registered bookmaker,
Ryan, you
please
require
gamble responsibly,
77.
over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. But you can't miss singles. Not at this
32.
level. And it happened way too often for both
Robert,
of these
you
players
require
yesterday.
88.
In his first couple of matches, yesterday Robert missed 3 big singles. And he's not going to get a shot at double, sitting on 88 with 3 darts, which is a big error.
Ryan, you require 45.
Single 5 leaves tops.
Game shot on the 5th
He
leg.
doesn't need double 10 on this occasion
Ryan Hogarth.
because he is now 3-2 up. He looks at the board in bemusement, but I can assure you, Ryan, you are 3-2 up, and you just hit a double with the first attempt. The doubles haven't been the issue.
Game on.
Just to prove that stat, he's 50% on his doubles.
180.
And there's our first 180 of the match. 3 out of 6 attempts have been hit by Ryan. That isn't the issue.
46.
The issue is the scoring. Only 2 140s hit, no maximums, and an average of 70. It's a very similar story
28.
for Robert Owen, but his doubles are down at 16%. Only 2 shots hit from 12.
$83.
I've talked about the natural talent of Kevin McDine a few times this week already. Ryan has a lot of natural talent himself, but sometimes
60.
on top of natural talent, you need a little bit of information. He may love this setup that he's got right now. He may love the way he throws.
96.
He's entitled to. It's his throw. But deep down, I know that Ryan Hogarth is an extrinsic player. And by that I mean he wants results.
43.
He wants to win. He wants titles. In direct contrast to that, intrinsic players want to feel good when they play.
85.
So basing my knowledge of Ryan Hogarth on what he wants, he may have to change some things if he wants to get better. The definition of insanity is doing something the same and expecting different results. That is just fact. And indeed philosophical.
59.
But I think everybody who knows Ryan Hogarth knows how much he wants to succeed. Same goes for Robert Owen, who's trying to leave double 8.
96.
And very nearly does.
Ryan, you require 132.
Should go treble 14 now. There's no room left in the ball. There was room, but it's bounced out, hitting the flight first. Well, that doesn't happen to you when you're playing well. That was just a little bit cruel.
54.
Double top for Robert Owen to stay in the match.
44.
And he gives Ryan Hogarth a chance to win his first match of the week.
57.
Didn't pick up any points yesterday, but he has 2 match darts. And he will not get another in this visit, at least.
21. Robert, you require 10.
That miss might have an effect on the next leg if it goes that far.
No score.
If it goes that far.
Ryan,
Both of them are starting
46.
to miss to the right. Double 9. And that is 3 match darts missed.
28.
in two different
you
visits.
require 10.
Double 5 again. Double 2.
Game shot
He
on the
finds
sixth
that,
flag.
and we're going all the way.
Robert Owen.
And I have to say that those misses at tops, double 18 and double 9, may have a massive effect on Ryan Hogarth in this last leg. So let's find out.
7th and final leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on. $100.
There would be one thing going through my mind right now if I was in Ryan Hogarth's shoes. I'd be saying to myself, just win. Don't think. Just win.
60.
Just constantly say something positive to yourself. Don't worry too much right now about how you're throwing. Just throw and believe. And that was not belief. That was very, very nervy. It's not good to see a player struggling to this degree.
140.
And I just get the feeling that Ryan's struggles have affected Robert Owen. And he's changed his darts again. In a last leg decider. He changed after leg 1. And he's changed midway through the last leg. For the life of me, do not understand that. If you can't decide what darts to start with on the day, you're in real trouble. If you can't decide which darts to start with in a leg in the middle of a match, that's even bigger trouble.
$31.
In the end, it's a very good lead from Robert Owen.
$41. Robert, you require
Some of the
170.
combatants in this group might look at these two and think, I'm getting points off these guys later today.
58.
But first and foremost, who's going to get the points in this one? And he's changed back again.
100.
That's 2 changes in one leg.
You require 112.
He has no idea which darts to use. Double 16 for the match. And he's got rid of it in one dart. That is a bit of a pinch in the end, considering Ryan Hogarth did have 3 match darts in leg 6. But ultimately, it is his 6th defeat from 6 matches this week. So we'll go into match 4 pretty quickly, and that is Lee Cox taking on Kevin Burness. Expect from this one, expect. One match down for all players, so we go into match 2 for the players now, with Kevin Burness and Lee Cox coming to the oche now, and both tasting success in match 1. So what will we get from this one here? The 37-year-old from Crawley will now take on Iron Man, who put in an Iron Man style effort in his first game against Conor Hennigan in getting a somewhat deserved 2 points.
Okay, first leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
I say somewhat because sometimes you do have to win a little bit ugly. And when it comes to ugly games, we've just witnessed one.
59.
You get the feeling that this one might be a little bit better.
140.
But if indeed Kevin Burness does find another win here and he gets to 12 points, he will create a 4-point gap at the top of the table for the very first time in Group A. On the flip side, if Lee Cox can find another win, he will go towards the top of the table.
100.
And indeed, based on the leg difference that he has over Kevin Burness, he will go top.
140.
I think what we're starting to see from this group is a bit of a pack starting to separate themselves from the bottom couple.
140.
If you're in position to stay with the peloton,
60.
you've got to keep winning.
And you require 120.
You're going to be cut adrift within a couple of games if you're not careful.
81.
Tidy leg from Burness to
You
leave a
require
double after 12.
142.
It is a break opportunity. It is definitely an opportunity now.
Yes. 85. Kevin, you require 40.
Burness on tops with 3 in hand.
Game shot.
Very, very good.
Kevin Burness.
Still can't figure out how he gets that dart to sit underneath that flat lie from such a tall position. I'm going to have to ask him, but it doesn't matter because he's won with a 14 darter in leg 1.
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
In his first match of the day, Lee Cox survived quite a few leg darts from Kevin McDine
137.
and took full advantage of that and had a very tidy doubles percentage of 57% against the Geordie.
180.
He can't afford to give many chances to Burness, especially as the day progresses. So maybe with that 180 at the start of leg 2, he's ready to put his foot down.
100. $125.
Fabulous leg so far. Trying to break straight back. I mentioned yesterday that Burness, for me, was the favourite for the group. I don't think that was a secret. I think a lot of people would have had him as the favourite for this group. But he is going to be very hard to topple.
60.
If this group is
Kevin,
not
you
careful,
require 124.
he could steamroll it from here. He doesn't go for the bullseye shot.
108.
That caught me a little bit by surprise.
136.
So Lee Cox still has a chance on the 136.
87.
He might have been caught
Kevin,
a little
you
bit
require
cold there
16.
by Burness not going for 14 bull. Did Kevin know that his opponent was on a
Game shot
double?
on the second leg.
In the end,
Kevin
it didn't
Burness.
matter because that's a 13 darter this time from Kevin Burness. And we know that when he gets on a roll in a game, he can maintain this level of play. He's done it before. 2-0 up
Third leg, it's
and only
Lee to throw
27
first.
darts.
Game on. $96.
He has a personal best average in the live league of 117.2. That is the second highest in the league's history.
137.
The best being 118 from Jason Askew back in the very first week.
100.
I remember how elated Kevin was when he registered that 117. He did so with a 121 finish on the bullseye. It was a fabulous performance. And I think that proved to the world that he had a different level of performance that people expected.
128.
Well, Lee was somewhat flummoxed there by missing the 25. But he does have 6 darts from 177.
$59.
Could be in a little bit of danger now. Burness has been really good in this game at leaving something small after 12.
92.
And he misses the 25 this time, which makes his potential outshot a little bit more tricky. 60 required. 60 missed.
44.
So what does Burness do here?
93.
Does he risk the 57? Yes. Double 18.
75.
And he misses 2 chances for a double break.
He requires 74.
You got to say this has got to go in.
54.
It just came out low.
Kevin, you require 18.
He's going to split this one. Double 8. Now double 4.
10.
Was he caught in 2 minds there? For me,
20.
his eyes went to the single 2 quite late. What a guide.
10.
Oh, how was that missed? Just had too much air.
Kevin, you require 8.
He's not only good, but he's getting lucky.
Game shot.
And he's taken that one. He didn't even know it was in
Burnett.
until our referee Owen Binks said it was in. But it is 3-0 with 2 breaks of throw. And Kevin Burness is a massive favourite to win this game from here.
Full flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He is not the kind of player to relinquish these types of positions. More often than not, he'll win 4-0 than any other result from 3-0 up.
80.
Especially when his opponent is getting unlucky with darts hitting the spring ring on his stem.
55.
It's a good performance that could have been a lot better. And that is not a criticism.
180.
Lee Cox has not played poorly. He's just missed chances. And his opponent was better than him in the first 2 legs.
100.
Current average of around 98 for Burness. Maintain that and it will be the best of the day. By some considerable
100.
distance, I might add. He averaged around 98 when he beat Lee Cox yesterday by 4 legs to 1. So he's establishing a bit
98.
of a pattern against the man from West Sussex.
141.
Got to go to the 16s now.
84.
That will suffice. That's not a bad
you
miss.
require 108.
But what he needs from Burness right now is a miss. It might not come. Double 18.
90.
That was close.
Lee require 57.
Double top to keep the match alive.
Game
And that
shot
is
on the
what he
full
does.
flag. Lee
Somewhat
Cox.
calling for brinksmanship there for Lee Cox, who was on the verge of a 4-0 defeat. But at 3-1, he asks the question of Burness, can he finish the game off in leg 5?
Lee to throw first. Game on.
And one of those breaks of throat have been extinguished.
55. 140.
I'm still getting my head around the fact that 3 of our players today are all wearing the same colour scheme. It's as if the surroundings of the Online Darts Live League have had an effect on their
92.
shirt design. They're all wearing black with a luminous yellow. They must go to bed dreaming at night of the
97.
colour schemes here. Someone said to me actually a few weeks ago, the last time Lee was here, that this dart shirt
99.
reminded them of an Inter Milan shirt. And they sent me a picture of it. It does look a little bit similar, just a different colour.
That's
all red.
180.
And it might be all right for Kevin Burness when he returns to fix the 84 to get this eventual win. If he does take care of the 84,
95.
it will
Kevin, you
probably
require
be his
84.
scrappiest 100 average of his career.
52.
This
Lee
time-
require 160.
Not going 14 bull. I actually agree with it. Because only 2 or 3% of the time will someone take
63.
160 against you.
Kevin, you
It was a
require
calculated
32.
gamble. So double 16.
No score.
And he wires it 3 times.
Lee require 97.
To keep the match going once again, he needs 90 more. And he might get them.
79.
Not quite. That was a fabulous try
Kevin,
after
you
missing the
require
57 with
32.
dart 1.
Game
Eventually,
shot
double
out of the
16 does
match.
go, and Kevin Burness
Burness.
puts in a very, very good performance for a second win against Lee Cox in the matter of 24 hours. And the second time, he's played really well against him. You can see that his average did dip below 100 in the end, but he won't care about that because he's now back at the top of the table on 12 points. Well, Robert Owen didn't have a great deal to shout about, apart from the win, of course, against the Scotsman Ryan Hogarth. What's he going to do against the Irishman, Conor Hennigan? Could be an interesting match coming up right now. Match number 5 is about to start now, and this will bring to a close the first third of our schedule for today for the Online Darts Live League. And I am fascinated to see what Robert Owen can do in this match against the 22-year-old from County Mayo. It was a fairly slow start for Conor Hennigan. He was scrapping against Kevin Burness in a 4-3 loss. But as far as scrapping is concerned, I think Robert knows a fair deal about that too
Okay,
today.
first leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday, Robert Owen inflicted the only defeat of the day
140.
on Conor. So he will be looking for a measure of revenge here. And if Robert plays at the same standard that he showed against
58.
Ryan Hogarth in match 3, he will be defeated. Of that I have no doubt whatsoever.
125.
And most importantly, I think Robert Owen knows that. So an improvement has to be found.
60.
What will make Robert feel a little bit better is the 112th checkout to win that match.
134.
But importantly, he has to find good scoring to stick with Conor Hennigan. He was the biggest scorer of the day yesterday, getting the most 180s. And there is the first 180 of this contest, and it comes from the Welshman. Double 16.
86.
He will return for double 8.
$100.
This is a slightly
Conor
better
requires
scoring
60.
performance so far from Robert, but it's not as good as Conor's.
Game shot on the
He was
first
just
leg.
taking the first
Conor
leg in
Hennigan.
14 darts, and stay in that sort of vein, then you are going to be very, very difficult to beat. A very similar start to what we saw from Kevin Burness in the previous match.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
What we're seeing from the Group A table right now is separation
36.
starting to happen. This is not my first rodeo here at the Online Darts Live League. I've seen lots of different groups where there's been a lot of close behaviour,
47.
particularly in the 8th week of Phase 1, where Robert Owen was denied a Group A win by Aaron Monk
97.
by the finest of margins. There were so many people in with a chance of winning that group. But in other groups, people have dominated. 2 Welshmen hold the
47.
record for the most points in a Group A. Martin Thomas and indeed Mike Warburton have registered 13 wins from 15 games for 26
99.
points. When they won their groups, it was a case of dominance.
115.
We could still get that from this group. But Hennigan, at 4 points behind Kevin Burness
83.
now, has got to keep pace. In games like this, he's got to put the hammer down. Lee Cox could not keep up with Burness by losing
99.
that last match in match 4. So someone has to stand up and be the chaser. Otherwise, Burness could create a lot of distance on Tuesday.
121.
I like what I'm seeing from Robert Owen in this match so far. It's much improved.
81. Robert, you require 65.
Probably the 25. Gets that. Double top.
Game
And he finds
shot
double
the
10 as
second
well.
leg.
That's a steady
Robert Owen.
18 darter there from Robert Owen. But when it comes to 18 darters today, that's pretty good for him, which is around about the 83 average. So if he can maintain that, he's going to have a chance, but
Then
might
it's
have to
Conor
find
throw
something extra.
first. Game on. $100.
Lots of praise for young Conor Hennigan yesterday, and rightly so. It was really good to see him play for the first time yesterday, but he's been around a while
60.
playing youth darts. He was part of the 2015 Europe Cup team win for Ireland. I bet there was some talent in that team.
26.
In the individual event that year, he came... Well, he finished in the last 16, which is no disgrace whatsoever.
99.
And like I've already mentioned today, on Monday, he had the highest running average for a day of any modern amateur darts
60.
qualifier so far. Better than Richard Rowlands, better than Robert Rickwood. Just proof that the talent is out there. And with the help of our friends at
39.
Modern Amateur Darts, we're trying to find it for you.
$125.
Both nations, Ireland and Wales, are having great times in this sport.
44.
And as far as Wales is concerned, I'm not just talking about Gerwyn Price and Johnny Clayton. Just think about the Phase 2 champion, Richie Burnett, who almost finished that entire phase with a 9-darter. He missed double 18 for it that famous Sunday morning.
$59.
Fails to leave a finish.
And
Hennigan has 6 darts from here. $70 left.
106.
Make that tops. Very, very tidy. Good pressure.
Conor, you require
now Conor's going to be tested. That might be awkward.
No score.
And it proved to be just a little bit awkward.
Robert, you require 60.
Tried to force it in and ended up giving it too much. You've got to leave the double, Robert. He does.
20.
And wires it.
Conor,
So that's 4 darts wired on tops in this leg. 3 from Conor and 1 from Robert.
Game shown the
But
third
the 5th
leg.
dart for the leg is
Conor
taken by
Hennigan.
Conor. And he looks a little bit frustrated with the leg win, but you've got to take them that way sometimes and just run with it. It's now pressure onto Robert Owen to see if he can
Fourth leg,
respond.
it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I'm not going to even defend
83.
my excitement at the possibility of seeing Tony O'Shea later in the week. I haven't seen Tony O'Shea since the Indigo at the O2 for the British Darts Organisation. And of course, Chaz Barstow and Mark Dudbridge on Thursday and Friday night. But of course, I'm not going to be in the hot seat
100.
on Thursday, Friday and Saturday. We'll have a new commentator at the end of this week. And for the remainder of Phase 3, Chris Murphy will join us and guide you through Groups B and C. And of course, the weekly finals for this week, before the start of the World Match Play on Saturday night.
81.
The Online Darts Live League will take a little bit of a break during the World Match Play, so you can focus your attention on that. And then we will return in due course. And Hennigan finds his first 180 in leg 4. Not a bad time to hit it as well, Conor.
60.
Because Owen can't respond, and this is on the Owen throw.
$98.
Great leave as well. Somewhat veteran behaviour from the 22-year-old.
$60.
This game is going to Ireland by the looks of it.
No
But
score.
maybe I'm wrong.
Robert, you require 117.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. And Robert Owen can find this 117 to level things up.
$39.
Just from the evidence that we have from the last couple of days, you can't leave Conor Hennigan on a double with 2 visits.
Game
And that is the case again.
Conor
He's not
Hennigan.
happy with the way he's playing. And I was talking about Ryan Hogarth being a certain type of player. Well, I just get the feeling that Conor Hennigan is different. He's all about the way he feels when he plays.
It's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Yes, this game is about results. But some players place more importance
46.
on how they feel when they're playing as opposed to the results that they actually get. So I would categorise Conor Hennigan as intrinsic. It's a thing I've been studying a little bit
54.
earlier in 2021. Just trying to find out more about what makes players tick. Is it how they feel when they play, or is it results, results, results?
180.
I think with Robert, it's more about the results.
97.
180s haven't really been a problem for him today. He's got 3 now in a couple of games. And these two were the biggest 180 hitters of yesterday. They got 21 between them.
41.
That's a very, very good return for 10 matches played.
140.
We almost had another. But it will be Conor Hennigan's first opportunity to win the match. And it will be on a finish that Robert Owen hit yesterday.
41.
And he has been given 6 darts for it. Another will leave the ball if he fancies it. Oh, he fancied it all right. A beautiful shot from Conor Hennigan. And he reciprocates the 164 that was hit yesterday by Robert Owen. That's our biggest finish of the day so far. And his biggest win. You can see that his average was vastly better than Robert's. His doubles percentage wasn't. But the biggest finish was, and most importantly, he gets the 2 points. Ryan Hogarth, who did not win in any game yesterday, or indeed his first game today, now goes up against Kevin McDine, who's looking for his first win of the day. Time for game number 6, and this will bring to a close the second matches for all of the players today. Ryan Hogarth will have to choose which set he wants to play with, because if he keeps flip-flopping between sets, it's not going to bode well for his chances. Kevin McDine will definitely be using one set of darts here. He will not be changing between 2 different sets. That's not his style. Well, underarm shouldn't be anybody's style. If you did that in a game, it would be a foul dart. I just wonder, when I look at that 23-gram 180 dart for Ryan Hogarth, whether he's changing weights of barrel. So watch out for the difference in flight colour between the Hogarth setups. What's he going to start with, the Scotland flag or the Headhunter flight? It's going to be the Headhunter flight. So that's what he starts with. How will this game progress? Well, yesterday, it was a 4-2 win for Kevin McDine. He didn't have to play well for that win.
97.
At this stage yesterday, McDine was starting to play a little bit better. He had just lost to Hennigan by 4 legs to 1, averaging 98. So whether you're a morning person or not, you're very much in the flow now, because you will have been playing for a period of at least a couple of hours. Just to give you an indication of what it's like for the players in the lead up to their play, starting at 9:30 AM British time. They get here around about 8 a.m. And most of the players will have been awake since around 6:30, maybe even 6 o'clock. That's not normal behaviour for professional dart players. But you have to adapt to the time slot you're given. That's one thing that dart players are very used to. Good stuff from Kevin to leave 56. Based on what he did in his first game against Lee Cox, he may be too strong for Ryan in this match, but there is room for Ryan to improve here. Maybe not in this leg. Kevin won't be happy with that effort on double 4 on the second attempt, but he's somewhat fortunate not only that Ryan has missed the 157, but that it didn't hit the single 13 on the double 4 effort, which would have busted the score. Desmond for leg 1. Madhouse. He's feeling very mad. Got to stay straight on this one. He does for the bull. It's a decent try. McDine goes back to double 2 for this first leg of the contest. Well, he can't see it. That's the problem. Has to go to the right. He very nearly found it. Got to find the single. Double 4. Both players struggling in very similar fashion to Ryan's previous match against Robert Owen. And that's too zealous. He's very, very fortunate to get this chance, and he has taken it. Ryan Hogarth does take that first leg, and he will wonder how indeed he did, because all of those missed darts at double for McDine have cost him that leg. He has to respond in leg 2.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
You just wonder if the players in the practice room have seen how Ryan has struggled so far today and yesterday. Are they putting too much pressure on themselves to get the points against the Scot? When someone is not playing their best darts, you have to be ruthless.
95.
You may have to play against a friend who is not playing well. You have to throw your friendship out of the window for about 20 minutes.
56.
It happens in all sport. It happened the other day in the European Championship final between Mason Mount and Jorginho. They both play for Chelsea. They get on great. But for 120 minutes, you have to forget about them. You have to do your job. Now, these two know each other very well. And I know both of these lads very well. But I've played them both. And what you do is you put your friendship aside and you look at them as an opponent.
95.
I've said that in my career, some of the worst matches I've had to play have been against friends.
82.
But this is a cutthroat business. Hogarth cannot finish the 116. But McDine has got to find some scoring.
76.
Sooner rather than later. Hogarth for 2-0. This is a better leg from Ryan. Double 10.
20.
He just see that dart wobbling in the board, and you see the gesture there. He doesn't know why his darts are behaving the way they are. Another one of those would be handy. He's very unfortunate not to get it.
88. Ryan, you require 20.
Double 10. Has to go to the right-hand side. Can't go to the left here. He's almost touching the wall. Well, that one was wild, to say the least. What a chance for McDine. He was never in this leg. How many times is he going to wire doubles?
30.
When he's missed doubles today, he has missed by the smallest margins. Double 1. These are the difficult matches. I've been there, and Ryan Hogarth is in despair. I think both players are. Double 2, again.
6.
And again he is denied.
Ryan, you require 2.
That is a great guy for double 1. Just throw it hard enough.
No score.
But his darts aren't flying pure.
Kevin, you require 4.
That's why when they hit the board, they're not going in at a consistent angle. It's a find for Kevin McDine. And you can't really say much more than he won the leg. But the fact of the matter is they're both struggling. But you see Kevin McDine as maybe the person who can kick on from here. He's the one who's taking certain things on the chin. You do not see breaks of throw like that very often. 26 darts for that break.
180.
And like I said, he's the one that's more likely to kick on. He's won points this week.
90.
Ryan has not. He's the one who's had 136 out. He's had decent performances. With all due respect to Ryan, he hasn't had a decent performance yet. Just from my own experience, what you do right now, if you're Kevin McDine,
100.
is you say to yourself, my average is shot. It's 1-1. It's now best of 5. I'm the better player. Let's get on with it.
100.
And of these two players, the one person who is not going to overthink this match is Kevin McDine.
12. Kevin, you require 100.
This has been a great leg from Kevin. Needs the 60, but it's covered.
41.
Almost finds it. At times like this,
You require 80.
some players would start getting creative. He's going treble 16 here.
48.
And he leaves double 16. I can see the reasoning behind that, because he's had trouble on tops and tens in this match. And he really, really wanted to lead double 16. But that's a 174 from Ryan Hogarth. I'm not really sure where that came from. And double 16 is found by Kevin McDine. What a great shot that is. The best dart of the match by far, because pressure was applied by Ryan Hogarth. And from 1-0 down, he is now 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on. 60.
Could well be a difficult road ahead. for Ryan Hogarth, whose running average yesterday was 79.71. His first match today, he was more than 10 under that. And currently in this match is more than 15 under that. You can see the shape of Kevin McDine's flights are quite large. And they give your darts a lot of drag in the air to correct the way the darts fly into the board. Ryan's are a little bit smaller. And if he's trying to correct the line of his entry into the board, he might be wise to look at a slightly bigger flight like Kevin's. The smaller the flight, the harder it is to throw. Simple as that. And when you're not having a good day, things like that happen. McDine is starting to relax a little bit into this game. He's not having to play astounding stuff, but he's playing steadily all of a sudden.
100.
Fair play to Ryan. Gets himself to a finish just behind McDine. Doesn't go for the 60 to lead double six, and I think that's a wise choice. He dodged tops in the last leg. He's not going to dodge it this time. And doesn't have to, because that's a 17 darter from Kevin McDine for a 3-1 lead. He did somewhat hand the first leg towards Ryan Hogarth, and he took it. But since then, he has been the better player of the two, and he's now within one of 2 points. Don't forget that you can get in touch with us. Just have a look at the Darts Live League Twitter address in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We have Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Please keep it kind. I can't emphasize that enough this week, especially after the last 48 hours where social media behaviour has come into scrutiny after the conclusion of the European Football Championship. So everybody be kind to each other. When you see dart players struggling, they don't need people to give them abuse. That goes for any sports person. These are the ones that put themselves on the line for your entertainment. It's hard enough losing darts matches without being criticised for it. When you're not playing well, you need encouragement, you need advice, and you need more game time as well. And that is something that both players here will have before the end of the day and, of course, tomorrow. But McDine in the table, currently on 4 points, with a win here, would drag himself back into the race somewhat and would have to have little in the way of mistakes over the next 36 hours if he wants to top the group. But everybody knows that he could possibly do that. His games against Kevin Burness and indeed against Robert Owen and Conor Hennigan to come will have a big impact on where he will be in the table come tomorrow. But first, he has to try and get rid of Ryan Hogarth as quickly as possible. And he's been given 6 darts from 175. The same score that Ryan has just left. That will do very, very nicely, because 42 gives him lots of options. Does he want double 16 again? I think he might. It is a single 10. And that is a double 16 for a 4-1 win. Again, it wasn't a classic, but sometimes you just have to do your job. And that gets him back into mid-table, and it casts aside Ryan Hogarth, who is definitely now not going to trouble top spot. So he's playing for pride for the rest of this group to try and somehow make the top 3. As far as other people are concerned, Robert Owen and Lee Cox, who play next, they are very much in the fight, but this win could be very key for their chances. Time for another match as we start our third game for all of the players, going into the middle section of today's draw. And Robert Owen will now take on Lee Cox in match number 7. We've just seen Kevin McDine win by 4-1 in one of the most bizarre King of the Hockey performances I've ever seen. Of course, King of the Hockey, for anybody having a little flutter out there, please do so responsibly, I might add. But King of the Hockey is getting the win, the most 180s, and the highest finish.
Okay, first leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
It was a 4-1 win. He got 180 to Ryan's 0, and a high finish of 56.
95.
It doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get there. But you'd have to say that improvements need to be found by both of those players. And improvements
85.
were found by Robert Owen in his last match, but it still wasn't enough to register his first 2 points of the day. Sorry, his second 2 points of the day.
60.
As he squeaked 2 points against Hogarth in match 3. But it is at this stage of the group where people need to make their move.
99.
If Lee Cox does continue to lose, like he did in his last match against Kevin Burness,
140.
it is Burness and Hennigan who benefit. It will be Robert Owen who would profit from that.
59.
And if he does find the win against Lee, then he will draw level with Lee on points. 8 points for the week so far.
96.
Both pretty similar when it comes to win percentage for their time here at the Online Darts Live League.
81.
Somewhere between
Robert,
50% and 56%. So this could be a 50-50 game. I think Kevin McDine went into the last game as a pretty heavy favourite based on form
42.
and previous performances. But as far as these two are concerned, I think it's fairly even. And that's reflected on what's been left after 15 darts here.
68.
Both on 2 darters. But Robert Owen gets the first shot at double. And takes it immediately. That's a confidence booster for the man they call Stack Attack from Bridgend in South Wales. 17 darts. Yes, it's a steady leg, but it's a good leg to start on.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Just to take some sort of context of a 17 darter as we get our first 180 of the match from Lee Cox. Yesterday, Conor Hennigan averaged 88.41
140
for the entire day. And what I can confirm is that 88.41 is exactly 17 darts in a 501 straight start match. So if you
95.
average 17 darts for the day, you're going to do really well because Conor won the table yesterday. So therein lies a bit of a message. Take care
60
of your legs in 6 visits, and sometimes a little bit less, and you're going to do all right.
100.
Something that came up yesterday that I wasn't aware of was the fact that Lee Cox is a former London captain. That is a very heavy honour to captain your county.
140. Lee require 126.
He has 105 left. Make that 45. So he's going to leave 32 now, and does so very
94.
tidily.
Robert, you require 161.
This is not out of the question. Well, it is now, but he took a 164 yesterday.
40.
And he had a 164 hit against him
Lee
at the end of his last match.
32.
Double 16. Can barely see it.
16. Robert, you require 120.
This has become very doable all of a sudden. Double top.
Game
Oh,
shot
that's
in
a
the second
superb
leg.
shot from Robert Owen.
Robert
That's a
Owen.
real pinch because Lee Cox had that in the palm of his hand. He just couldn't put double 16 away. But Robert Owen is starting to build confidence leg by leg.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on. $100.
He's starting to throw a little bit faster as well, which is a good sign for him. That will have hurt Lee Cox, believe me.
60.
There is only 2 points between these people in the table. But there are 7 legs between them in leg difference.
40.
So a heavy win here. And Robert Owen would get very, very close to Lee's position. Just going back to what I was saying about Lee Cox being a London captain, one of the mindless facts about myself is that when I played for my county of Northumberland back in the early noughties,
100.
I never really warmed to the county challenge. I was always a better player on Saturdays than I was on Sundays because they play B-team darts on Saturday. They play A-team darts on the Sunday.
180.
And I only ever won one County A game. And it was against London at the Tottenham Snooker Club.
140.
I don't remember my opponent's name, funnily enough. But maybe that's something I should find out. But London have had some amazing players in their history.
134.
I do believe
Robbie,
my
you require
fellow commentator Chris
121.
Mason has played for London at one point as well. 51 for Bull for Robert Owen.
83.
Word to the wise, Lee, do
Lee
not
require
miss this.
42.
Otherwise, you're staring 3-0 in the face. Double 16 again.
10.
5 misses at double 16 could
Robbie, you
result
require
in a
38.
3-0 deficit. Double 8.
30.
And Robert Owen wires 19s and 8s
Lee require
and gives
32.
Lee a second chance at double 16. It's that same miss just on the outside.
Game
And when he
shot
needs
the
a
third
free
leg.
target, he needs a
Lee
fresh
Cox.
target. He gets double 8 and it comes to his aid because he's now in the match at 2-1 down. He's somewhat fortunate to have a leg in this one so far.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
This is where you grit your teeth.
83.
If you are Robert Owen, you should say to yourself, I should be 3-0 up. So let's make it 3-1. It's about enforcing positive
100.
mental attitude. Not constantly looking back and saying, I should be 3-1 or 3-0 up. What you say next is important.
55.
Yes, I should be 3-0 up, so let's make it 3-1. Dart players do not talk out loud most of the time on the hockey.
60.
But they do talk to themselves an awful lot. Because there's nobody else to talk to. Like I said in the last game, it's a very lonely sport.
39.
This one has slowed down just a little bit in the last leg and a half.
96.
85 average for Lee, 88 for Robert. That was up at around 94 at the conclusion of leg 2.
140.
It's at this point of a group, like Group A, where you're going to be tested, not only mentally, but physically. Some of these players have had a lot of darts recently. They've played a fair bit of live league action. But for the players that haven't, they will tire very quickly. They will be tested.
60. Lee, you require
And for someone like Robert Owen, who has a brace on his leg, he's got to be really careful.
120.
That's a good leave. You'd much rather hit tops
Robert, you require 125.
than go way low and bust the score. But that looks inviting. That's a bullseye. That's a 25, and there's a bullseye in there somewhere.
100.
Oh,
Lee, you require
what a great
20.
effort from Robert for a 3-1 lead. And Lee Cox had his heart in his mouth.
15. Last start doesn't count.
Yeah,
Robert,
the
you
under
require
dart
25.
was called by Owen Binks. That was a foul dart. Well done to the referee for doing the right thing there.
17.
And Lee is not punished. He has to come back for 5.
Lee, you require 5.
Just a little sign of frustration there for the man from West Sussex, who's on double 1.
No score.
More frustration for him.
Robert, you require 8.
Getting closer, but not
4.
close enough.
Lee, you require 5.
Is it the same plan? It is. Double 1 again.
Game
This time he gets it
fourth
right,
leg.
and it is
Lee
2-2.
Cox.
So an opportunity for Robert Owen has been missed, not only in that leg, but in the previous leg as well. This game could be done and dusted, but it is now level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I talked about being mentally tested.
100.
When you've had a shot in every leg, you as a dart player of a certain level will automatically think, I should have won 4-0.
60.
But you have to somehow forget about that. This has turned into a very different type of match.
140.
It's gone from being really good to being a bit scrappy in the middle. It's time for someone to kick on.
96.
I will be honest, the standard has gone a little bit south today. Maybe the initial adrenaline of playing the first day of Group A has worn off, and they need to reignite that somehow. And maybe Robert Owen has reignited his challenge for the points in leg number 5, because he's left 1-2-1 after 9,
Robert, you require
which is a marked
121.
improvement on what we've seen in the last couple of legs. As far as yesterday's play is
81.
concerned, it was an average of just over 85, which is pretty much on par with what we've seen the entire year. And the doubles percentage for yesterday was around 33%, which is
Robert,
maybe
you require
1%
40.
under what we've seen for 2021. But tops for Owen. Now 10s.
30.
More missed doubles,
Lee, you require 150.
of which there have been plenty.
Yeah, 76 scored, 74 left.
He's hit 2 doubles from 14 attempts.
90. Robert, you require 10.
Attempt number 15, a double 5.
Game shot.
And
on
it
the
is a
fifth
good
leg.
one, as he gets a
Robert
3-2 lead in this one. They're both working super hard for this. Now, Lee Cox has won 2 consecutive legs in this match before. He's going to have to do it again.
Sixth flag, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
When they played yesterday, it was a Lee Cox
30.
victory by 4 legs to 2. He averaged 85.15 with a high check out of 81 and 33% on his doubles.
100.
But it was this match yesterday that saw Robert Owen hit that 164 on the bullseye.
$40.
And it was Conor Hennigan who hit a 164 against Robert in match number 5 of today's schedule. Is someone going to beat that? We have seen quite a few 170s
81.
throughout the course of this year. I think maybe the most impressive was by Andy Jenkins in the first week of our action in 2021, because he hit 180 in the lead up to that 170.
$43.
Lee Cox on 306 has got to start on 19s.
96.
That is just darts counting 101 at the minute. If you're failing to go for 19s on 306, you are going to be left behind. And he has been left behind in this leg somewhat after that maximum from Robert. That was his first of the contest. Does he fancy one himself?
138.
Well, still, that's a very good
Robert, you
approach.
require 97.
78 left. He now needs a mistake from Lee
57.
Cox. Or indeed, not a
Lee
mistake, just a
requires
miss.
72.
That leaves 45.
45 left.
It's double 16 to save the match.
40.
And yet again, it gets a glare.
Robert, you require 40.
That double has cost him a lot in this match. It might indeed cost him the match. But Robert Owen's real trouble on the doubles continues.
Lee, you require 32. Game
Double
shot on the
16 is
sixth
eventually
leg.
found by Lee
Lee
Cox,
Cox.
and we have a level game at 3-3. So what we can say now is that Lee Cox will stay at his position in the table in third. He cannot be caught by Robert Owen in this match.
Seventh and final leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
He can be caught on points, but not in leg difference.
140.
There might have been a little bit of shoulder in that last dart from Robert, but there was something else in it as well. A little bit of anger.
41.
Robert should have won this match, or I'll rephrase. Could have won it 4-0. Should have won it 4-2. he could lose it 4-3.
140.
He's trying to make sure that he doesn't. And starting with 2 140s is a fine answer. But he has a little bit of company.
180.
Only a dart behind. Great maximum from Lee. His third of the contest. Might not be the last. There is another.
180.
What a performance in this last leg from Robert. It's only an 85 average, but this last leg,
125.
fantastic.
Robert, you require 41.
The only thing that's missing is a match-winning shot, and it's double 16. And match dart number 5 is taken with a high-quality 12 darter. Lee only threw 9 darts to leave 155 in that last leg, but ultimately, you have to say, the person who deserved to win the game did win the game indeed. And Robert Owen is starting to brim with confidence just a little bit more than he was yesterday. It's about time we had a Kevin Derby, don't you think? So Burness is going to play McDine. It's the middle match of the day, so match 8 will commence very shortly. Okay then, game 8 about to start, the middle match of the day. It's usually the signal for someone to get you a cup of tea, so let them bring that to you as you enjoy the Kevin Derby between Burness and McDine. Good spirit between these two when they played yesterday in a 7-leg match, which was won by this man, Kevin Burness. But McDine so far today has been working very, very hard. He lost to Lee Cox in his first match and somehow came through a very attritional affair with Ryan Hogarth in match 6. But this is a very different proposition for McDine. The room for error here is a lot less, and he will know it.
Okay, first leg, it's Kevin Burness to throw first. Game on.
This is where the referee really, really gets tested. But that's easy to call.
180.
When they played yesterday, there were 280s in the match. And they've been 2 in the first 2 throws.
180.
In this one, keep this going, lads.
100.
I said yesterday when they played each other that they really do enjoy the pace of play against each other. It's very natural for them.
56.
What I mean by that is that they get enough time behind the player to feel comfortable. They're not overthinking.
140.
They're not underthinking. It's just a really good flow in the room. I don't think it's a secret that Burness and
43.
McDine prefer a slightly quicker
Kevin, you
game
require 81.
than a slightly slower one. Treble 10 or 14. And that leaves double 16.
Game shown
What
the
a
first
beautiful
leg.
first leg from Kevin Burness.
Burness.
We've just seen a 12-darter to finish things off in the previous match. And that's a 12-darter to start this one off. He starts and continues in this
Second
vein.
leg, it's Kevin
Could be a
McDine
really
to
big
throw
average, this.
first. Game on. $125.
Is this the part of the day where people really start to kick in?
59.
It's a bit of a statement when you've got the darts and you start with a 12-darter. It's as if to say, you're not going to get my throw off me.
100.
When Kevin had that really big average of 117, quite a few weeks ago now,
100.
he did scare for a very short amount of time that 120 barrier, which has been hit a few times over the last couple of seasons
100.
by professional players, a couple of times by Peter Wright, a couple of times by Dave Chisnell, and once by Jose de Souza, who
43.
somewhat ridiculously averaged 127 this season. This is good from Kevin.
136.
It's very, very good in response to that first leg from Burness. Well, that's a great 180. Especially when the
Kevin,
single
you
20
require
with the last
40.
start would not have left to finish. Double 10.
30.
Now, if Kevin Burness takes this 119
Kevin, you
out
require 190.
after hitting a 180, it'll be one of the best 6-star conversions I've ever seen.
59.
This is not a gimme,
Kevin, you
this double
require
5.
10. Game show
But
the
it is
second
in
leg.
for a 16-darter.
Kevin McDine.
And Kevin McDine has levelled things up at one leg all. There was a little bit of a scare there after that 180 from Burness, but he was up to the challenge of double 5, and we're level.
Third leg, it's Kevin Burness to throw first. Game on. $60. 46.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are watching on from North Tyneside, where Kevin is from. An area of the world that I know very, very well, of course. That's where my family are from.
60.
Kevin from the town of Wallsend. My family from just up the road in North Shields.
100.
So, in northern speak, we are northerners. We're from the north of the Tyne.
140.
He does have a lot of friends up north, does Kevin. Gets on exceptionally well with the darting fraternity up there,
59.
of which there are plenty of superstars now. Chris Dobie, of course, a recent PDC title winner. Callan Ridds, a recent PDC
85.
title winner. And Glenn Durrant. All three will be at the World Match Play, and two of them will play each other on Sunday afternoon, of course, with Ridds and Durrant going toe-to-toe in a best-of-19 match to get to round 2.
85. Kevin, you require 156.
But it's 6 darts from 156.
94.
That's a decent approach. A lot of players might have gone for the 25 with the last dart.
133.
And
Kevin, you
Kevin
require
would be
62.
wise to get rid of this, because Supermac is starting to lurk.
Game show
And
the
that
third
is
leg.
very well heeded, that
Kevin
advice,
Burness.
because that is a 17 darter this time from Burness. Every time that McDine gets really close to breaking Burness, he's up to the challenge. Just a really good sign of his form.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin McDine to throw first. Game on.
Kevin doesn't just
90.
have a lot of friends up in the northeast. He has played in the East Midlands as well for Northamptonshire, alongside the likes of Ricky Evans
134.
and James Richardson. And they play their county darts in the town of Burton Latimer,
80.
just outside of Kettering. So he has travelled around a bit, but there's no mistaking where he's from. He's actually got the name of the town
100.
emblazoned on the front of his shirt, with great pride, I might add. That's the one thing about people from Newcastle. They're not shy in telling everyone they're from there.
90.
I'm not shy in telling people that I was actually born there.
$140.
This is a bit of a move from Burness. He's averaging over 100 all of a sudden. McDine just shy of 90.
45.
This is statistically his best performance of the
Kevin,
day
you
so
require
far.
127.
But this is also Burness's best performance.
99.
Doesn't really matter what Kevin does here.
140.
It's a great 140 from him,
Kevin, you require 28.
but it may be a bit tardy. 777.
14.
Oh, that's a big miss, offering McDine a bit of a lifeline.
Kevin, you require 56.
Double top.
46.
Not happy with that try.
Kevin, you require
I can
14.
understand why he feels that way.
Game
Double
shot on the
7
fourth
right
leg.
in the middle for a
Kevin
3-1 lead for
Burness.
Burness. And his league position is starting to get very, very healthy. The more he wins and the more his challengers lose, he's creating a bit of a crater between himself and the rest.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin Burness to throw first. Game on.
If indeed Burness does win here,
45.
the gap will be 4 points to Hennigan once again before he returns in the next match against Ryan Hogarth.
134.
Coincidentally, Kevin Burness does not have the best leg difference. He's actually 2 behind Conor Hennigan as it stands.
140.
But a 4-1 victory would fix that. He would actually be 1 leg in front then. Albeit with Hennigan
100.
having a game in hand. But another loss for McDine here. And he would all of a sudden be 8
140.
points behind Kevin Burness. That pretty much rules him out. Because you don't foresee
60.
Burness continuing to lose against certain opponents. Right now, he's just too strong. And that's a statement that you
100.
would associate with Iron Man. Most of the time, he's just too strong.
59. Kevin, you
It's
require
been an improved
76.
effort from Kevin McDine. But it's a 98 average.
Game
And a win
shot and the match.
for Kevin Burness, who
Kevin
finishes
Burness.
things off in 5 legs in that match. A very, very impressive performance, and the best performance of the day, as you can see, a 97.8 average and 57% on the doubles once again. He is the man to catch, and as far as people who can catch him, well, Conor Hennigan is the closest challenger. He comes next against Ryan from Scotland. We've just seen a King of the Hockey performance from Kevin Burness against his fellow Kevin in McDine. What will we see from the lead of the chasing pack? And that is Conor Hennigan right here against the man at the foot of the table in Ryan Hogarth. He is still searching for his first win of the week. He has suffered defeats to Robert Owen this morning and to Kevin McDine. But this will bring to a close the third matches for all of the players.
Game on.
Well, like I say, we've just seen a King of the Hockey performance from Kevin Burness. He had the win, the most 180s and the highest finish against McDine.
34.
And as a consequence of that, he is now 4 points ahead of Conor Hennigan at the top of the table in Group A. 14 points and a leg difference of plus 13. Conor's position, 10 points and plus 12. A further 2 points back are Lee Cox and Robert Owen. And you'd have to fancy at this stage that McDine in 5th position on 6 points and Hogarth on 0
100.
are now cut adrift. So it's entirely now up to Conor Hennigan to keep the pressure on Kevin Burness at the top of the table.
100.
A position that he's very, very comfortable with, I might add. We
58.
can't express enough the lack of online darts live league experience for Conor Hennigan, because this is his first week.
84.
So everything seems to be going against him right now. He's chasing someone who's full of confidence, playing the best darts of the group. But in this match
100.
here, he's got to remain positive and play in his own little bubble.
$84.
If he can do that, I forecast a win for Conor. Similar to his 4-0 win yesterday against Ryan, where he had a very steady 85
100.
average.
Ryan, you require 144.
Hennigan now gets a look at the 101.
96.
He does so with Ryan poised on 48.
You require 101.
There's 21 of them. And doesn't get the 2 double tops.
61.
Just waits for the chance
Ryan, you require
at 1
48.
double top if Ryan misses this 48. That's a really good single. Leaves the double 16 bed very open.
32.
But can't get anywhere close
Conor,
to
you
it.
require 40. Game
Tops
shot
is
on the
found.
first leg.
And that is a
Conor
19
Hennigan.
dart break of throw. So a really steady start. He's found his way into the game after that small miss from Ryan. So can he kick on from here to get
Second leg,
another
it's Conor
big
to throw
victory,
first. Game on.
which would get him within 2 points of the league leader, Kevin Burness.
83.
He hasn't been expressing a great deal of negativity over the last couple of days. And, of course, he has won the majority of his matches, Conor. So you're not going to feel negative when you're winning.
80.
But there are players who do that. Even when they hit something good, they feel somewhat disgruntled.
100.
Conor, to me, seems a bit more like Steve Lennon from Ireland. He's the kind of person that
100.
doesn't express a great deal of negativity, even in defeat.
96.
If he's anything like Steve Lennon, you'll get about as many words out of him as you would from a bowling ball, which isn't very many.
58.
And you might think that that's a bit of an insult. Well, it isn't to me, because I like people who don't talk much.
58.
I like people who listen. And Conor strikes me as someone like Steve Lennon, and indeed a lot of the good young crop of Irish dart players. They're very good listeners. I'm, of course, talking about
43.
Keane Barry as well,
Conor, you
who
require
I am a
164.
huge fan of. I don't think anybody within the game isn't a fan of Keane Barry.
83.
He's fast, he's good, talented, he can get better, and he's only just getting started at the age of 20.
81. Conor, you require 81.
Treble 19 would have left double 12 and decides not to go for 12 bull.
53.
That's a little bit of mind games on Ryan Hogarth there, so he's laid down the gauntlet for you, Ryan. There you can see from that
59.
camera angle just what is happening to his darts.
Conor, you
They're
require
kicking to the
28.
left. And that's not something that Ryan is used to.
Game shot on the
Nice
second
find
leg.
from Conor Hennigan.
Conor Hennigan.
It's only a steady level that is required against Ryan Hogarth right now, and that's exactly what he's doing, and he's doing it in quick time. 2-0 up, and I think he's gunning for another 4-0 here.
It's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
If indeed Conor is to keep up with Burness in the table, he has to do so in relation to leg difference as well. Even with his inexperience of playing the live league,
93.
He's playing like a veteran. You talk about veterans of the Irish game, you'd have to talk about people like Mick McGowan,
140.
a title winner in the PDC. The likes of Willie O'Connor, who you could probably say is a veteran now. He's been around for more than a decade.
43.
You could go back even further. One of the most famous Irish dart players, Jack McKenna, who was famous for being Paul Lim's opponent when he hit his famous 9-darter back at the World Championship 30 years ago. If you've never seen that 9-darter, where have you been? Have a look at it again today and just look at the size of the darts that Jack McKenna uses in that match. That'll make you think. Hogarth seems to be playing in this match with a bit more rhythm.
59.
He's still not playing to his full potential. But he doesn't seem to be wasting as much time thinking whilst throwing.
100.
There's that forceful dart that Hennigan is very capable of. Is Hogarth going to get a shot at double? Yes, double 16.
70.
In every likelihood,
140.
he will be back for that. And that is now confirmed.
60. Ryan, you require 32.
Just to hit this in one would make him feel so much better.
Game
But he
shot
finds
at
it in
third
3.
leg.
And there you have
Ryan
one of
Hogarth.
the benefits of the way his darts have been sitting in the board over the last couple of days, because previously he would have blocked that bed, but with them kinking to the left,
It's Conor
it
to
turned
throw
into
first.
guides.
Game on.
You can call them guides, you can call them bumpers, you can call them
43.
markers. There's all sorts of different ways that you can describe a dart that will aid your next dart on a double.
134.
In the olden days, with the likes of Dave Lanning and Sid Waddell, the great John Gwynn, who I'm sure might be tuning in,
47.
they all used to call them markers. I tend to call them bumpers because that's exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to bump it into the double off
96.
the barrel. It's the equivalent of being at the 10-pin bowling lane and having the little bumpers on the left-hand side up. He
137.
can assist you. But then again, he can also stop the dart from going in by bouncing too much.
59.
Darts can involve a little bit of physics. Great, forceful stuff.
140.
I'd be disappointed not to hit a 180 there. 180 is exactly what Ryan Hogarth is thinking. And it would have left 32, but this is a much improved performance from Ryan, it has to be said. Another would have left 32.
54. Ryan, you require
I have to say that last dart, I don't approve of it at all. We'll come back to that in a second because double 6 is here for Ryan Hogarth.
69.
He's in the madhouse potentially.
Conor, you require 80.
Shouldn't have gone for tops with the last dart.
Game shot.
But when it comes to this young man,
Conor Hennigan.
he has just thrown it right back in my face, and I love to see that from young players. Yes, he made a mistake, but when he came back, he corrected it immediately. And 3-1 it is for Conor Hennigan now.
Game on.
I still stand by the fact he shouldn't have gone for tops to try and set it up. It's a bit of a wasteful dart.
115.
But there is a fearless nature about
100.
the young generation. They like to do fashionable shots. They like to count right.
23.
And there are young players coming through in different parts of the world. Not just Ireland, but there are youngsters coming through in the Czech Republic.
140.
There are youngsters coming through in the oceanic region of the world. And indeed, some good talent coming from Gibraltar.
78.
This will be the first year at the PDC World Cup where we will not see Dyson Parody. I'm sure there are a lot of players quite glad about that because Dyson's quite a dangerous player and a very boisterous one. But maybe a new era of darts about to start for Gibraltar.
80.
That was a violent collision with that flight for Hogarth, who might be saying goodbye to this match in the next 6 darts.
96.
Might even be in 5. Because Hennigan is being very, very good here. It's a very, very similar performance to yesterday.
60.
Averaging around 85.
74.
The doubles have been good. In fact, the doubles have been very good.
54. Ryan, you require
Just has to dodge
145.
Ryan on the 145. And he has done so. Ryan's best finish in the Live League in 2021 was a 145, funnily enough.
80. Conor, you required 20.
Double 10 to seal 2 points.
Game,
and that's what he does with a very, very tidy performance. Sometimes it's all about just getting the job done and doing what you need to do at certain times. That's what he did with an 83.62 average, 67% on the doubles. That tells the story. That's what gave him that little cushion as well of 3 legs. Match number 10 will finish our second third of action today, and Kevin Burness will come back to try and get that 4-point gap back at the top of the table. Gap has been closed to 2 points once again, and we are following a bit of a pattern in this group. As soon as Burness gets to 4 points as a gap, he gets clamped back to 2. Will it be 4 again after this match? He's up against Robert Owen, who has had a difficult day so far, but has been scrapping very, very well. He's got 2 wins from his first 3 matches, and if he can somehow get a win against the top dog here, he will throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Okay, first leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
So Kevin's closest challenger now, again, is Hennigan. On 12 points and
59.
plus 15. Burness on 14 points and plus 13, so the leg difference doesn't matter right now, but it would
43.
if he loses. Just imagine if Hennigan wins his next match against Kevin McDine in game 12. We could be in for a great climax to Tuesday and possibly setting up a fantastic Wednesday session.
140.
Robert Owen is getting the hang of the challenge this week. He's had some decent performances
60.
But predominantly, the best performances we've seen from him come later in sessions.
60.
When you think about upcoming Challenge Tour
45.
action, which will come very soon, and indeed Q School for 2022, I think there will be a lot of people eyeing up the dart players that succeeded here.
100.
This has been a fabulous vehicle for the people outside of the top 128 to hone their skills and figure out what they need to do to move forward.
Robert, you require 158.
Treble 18.
98.
Good lead from Robert.
Kevin, you require 100.
But Burness has been very good at shots like this. Not on this occasion.
40. Robert, you require
Is this going to
60.
be a first leg break? Gets the single.
Game
Gets
shot
the
of
double.
first leg.
He is
Robert
improving.
Owen.
Now, earlier in the day, when he had shots like that, he was messing around on the outer ring. But all of a sudden, he isn't doing so, and he's becoming a more dangerous player.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
All you have to do is look back to his previous match against Lee Cox, where it was a tough affair,
140.
and then he found a 12-darter in the last leg decider. To have the ability to do that under pressure just goes to show how good a player
41.
Robert Owen is. I remember back when he made the semi-finals of the UK Open, a lot was made of that.
43.
And he came out and said he wanted to be the best player in Wales. And I applauded that.
42.
Because I can completely understand his mindset. He didn't want to look too far ahead and say, I want to be the best player in the world. I don't want to be the best player in Europe.
60.
He just said, I think I can be the best player in Wales, in my country. And when I won the Players' Championship finals, one of my first
83.
thoughts was, I want to be the #1 ranked player who was representing Australia. And at the time I was, for about 5 weeks.
100.
But now when it comes to Wales, there are so many people to beat. Price, the world #1. Johnny Clayton, one of the best
81.
players in the world, at number 16
Robert,
in the
you
world.
require 158.
There are plenty, plenty more.
$78.
That has turned a somewhat suspect visit into a decent one. And if you
100.
think that Conor Hennigan
Robert, you require
in the
80.
practice room right now isn't wishing for a Robert Owen victory, you'd be wrong. He desperately wants Burness to lose. Double top once again.
40. Kevin, you require 154.
Treble 18. Would have left him on double top.
132.
That's an interesting leave of double 11.
Robert, you require 40.
Robert shouldn't be thinking about that.
Game
And
shot of
wasn't.
second leg.
Because Robert Owen consolidates that break of throw with a hold there. And at 2-0 up, he may be about to drag himself a little bit closer to the race for the top spot. But he has to keep winning.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
A win here for Owen, and he would get to 10 points, which puts him in third position.
58.
And it just pegs back Burness a little bit.
$140.
These are very early stages of the group. I always say in Group A that Tuesday is about putting yourself into
81.
contention. And then tomorrow you get the job done. One thing Robert's doing right now is dragging himself into contention.
100.
I think he's doing an excellent job against a very, very dangerous opponent, of which he knows plenty about.
94.
Because they played for the first time yesterday. And Kevin Burness had the only three-figure winning average of all of yesterday and
100.
today against him. And defied brilliant stats from Robert to get the 2 points.
95.
Robert averaged 96.
Robert, you
He
require
had 2 out of 2 on his doubles with a
161.
121 finish in there and still got beat 4-2. This is not ideal. Has to go south now.
59.
And again, he turns a bad visit into a decent one.
$57.
He has been saved by the
Robert, you
treble
require
19.
102.
And, of course, the treble-less visit from Iron Man. Treble 14 it should be. He's positioned
94.
if Burness misses
Kevin, you require
116.
116.
Double top. This is important. And it's
Game
in.
shot the third
Brilliant
leg.
from Burness.
Kevin Burness.
Just when Robert Owen thinks, I'm going to get another break of throw, I'm going to be 3-0 up. Up pops Kevin Burness with a 116 in a vital shot.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Have to tip your cap to that one.
140.
It's a very apt phrase for this week, isn't it? Tipping your cap, because it is Open Championship week. That starts on Thursday at Royal St George's down in Kent.
81.
Kevin, of course, represents
123.
Northern Ireland, which has done very, very well at Royal St George's in the past. Darren Clark won there just under 10 years ago.
100.
Other major champions like Graham McDowell and Rory McIlroy. Wonder how they will do this week. But of course, Kevin has informed me that he lives in North Wales and he's half Welsh. Just want to reinforce that because Stack Attack this morning said that Kevin wasn't too pleased with me. Well,
Robert,
if any player is displeased with anything I say, I encourage them to tell me about it. I promise you I do try to keep everything positive and accurate.
41.
What kind of pressure is Owen going to be under on the 112?
100.
Enough pressure is the answer.
Robert, you require 112.
Great first start. Double 16 for 3-1.
80.
Big
Kevin,
chance
you
missed.
require 86.
Just when you think it's going to be 3-0 or 3-1, it could be 2-2. Bullseye. Another big out. But he doesn't find it this time.
Robert, you require 32.
To be on the brink of a win.
Game
He
shot
finds
fourth
double
leg.
16 and he is
Robert Owen.
improving at a really, really good rate here, Robert Owen. He has been the best player in this match. And if it wasn't for 116 checkout in leg 3, he could well have had this done by now.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
88 average for Owen, 81 for Burness. So he has regressed a little
79.
bit after a 4-1 victory over Kevin McDine with a 97.8 average.
$140.
All of a sudden, there's no shaking of the head. There's a really good pace of play and a good rhythm about Owen. Lots of positivity. Both players 50% in their doubles. Neither with a maximum. But the telling statistic is exactly that right there. 6 140s in the match for Robert Owen to Kevin Burness's 1.
98.
Get another. And he's assured
81.
of a match start. Well, not assured, but with a somewhat lackluster 81 in the end, he might get a match start.
98. Robert, you require
What a start that was.
140.
To get to 86 again for the second leg in a row.
$43.
Well, he's in
Kevin,
2
you
dart
require
range, and that's about as
86.
positive a statement as I can say about that. Double 16. Can't miss.
78.
But does. Disappointingly for Kevin,
97.
this is now match point for Robert Owen. Went for double 19 for double top. I think that was the right play.
Kevin,
Just
you
question
require
whether he
8.
could see it because his darts do land very
Game's on a 5th
reverse
leg.
stacked.
Kevin Burness.
But that is 3-2 in no time at all. There wasn't really any hesitation there from Kevin Burness in going to the hockey for double 4. Well, it was a good play because now at 1 behind,
Sixth
he
leg,
just has
it's
to win
Robert
2
to
more
throw
to win
first.
this match.
Game up. $140.
A 7th 140 of the match.
98.
He's now 6 ahead in that stat for this game. Just goes to show, for a good
58.
performance, you don't need maximums. You might have to throw one in now and again, but lots of 140s will get the job done.
128.
Stay downstairs. So much room for another.
123.
And look at him, he's disappointed with a treble 3 because there was so much room over the top of that second dart. Oh, look at that for a 171.
171.
I'm not sure about the tactics of that one. Not sure it was prudent to go 19s, but it worked.
100.
Now, if he
Kevin,
hits
you
the
require
104, it's game
104.
on. It could go in 12 darts.
72.
Now it's match point again for
Robert,
Robert
you
Owen.
require
He has
80.
not had a match dart yet. He should get one here. And he does get one. And it's the
Game
only
shot
one he
and the
needs.
match.
That's a great
Robert
result for
Owen.
Robert Owen, but that's also a fantastic result for Conor Hennigan, who is now only 2 points behind in the table after playing the same matches. You can see that Robert Owen has put in his best performance of the week so far in a winning sense with a 90.55 average. Checkout percentage of 57% is very, very good indeed. So with 10 matches completed for today, that's 25 for the group, Lee Cox will now return against Ryan Hogarth to try and keep himself in the race, and he's very much in it now. Well, that had to be the shortest break in the history of darts. So let's move on to the next game. It is Lee Cox against Ryan Hogarth. These guys haven't been waiting too long, so let's get straight down to the board. There you see the table. And if Burness had won that last match, he would have had a 4-point gap. But now, after playing 9 games in the group, Hennigan has the chance, when he plays against Kevin McDine next, to draw level. But first, Lee Cox on 8 points must get to 10 to get within 4 of the top position. It is likely against Ryan Hogarth, but don't count him out just
first
yet.
leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Lee's got the darts, and of course, this is the time of the session where I believe he starts to kick in a little bit more.
100.
There is zero pressure on Ryan Hogarth right now. I can't emphasize that enough. With 0 points in this group,
100.
he can play with complete freedom. He's not going to top the group. So he can just play, get on with it, and spoil the chances of others.
36.
It's a somewhat luxurious position to know on a Tuesday in this group. I know he wants to play well. I know he wants to get his first win. But he can let it come to him.
140.
The pressure's on all of his opponents now.
$100.
We've got 5 more matches for your darting entertainment
97.
for the rest of this session. 10 matches down and 5 to go. So upon the completion of this and the next match, there will be 1 match left for every player. And that's the
140.
second time that's happened today for
64.
Ryan Hogarth. That's a sign that his darts are not going in straight. Double 16 for Lee Cox.
48. Ryan, you require
He cannot complete a hold in 15 darts. And Ryan can't complete 151.
65. Lee requires 16.
Double 8 for Lee Cox then.
Game shot on the first
Taking
leg.
16
Lee
points in 16 darts, of course. So a strong start for him. And you just get the feeling if he can stay around that 94 average, he is going to be too strong for the man from Scotland.
Second leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I'm just looking through all of the performances so far from Ryan to see
60.
which one would give him the most encouragement. His averages so far have not reflected any positivity.
30.
When playing yesterday, he didn't have any averages over
77.
90, which is worrying. You just wonder what's going on in his head right now, because he's not a player
58.
who should be averaging in the 60s or 70s. He's someone who has played at World Championships before.
60.
Indeed, if you look a little bit further back at his
60.
performances here this year, his best average of 93.12 is indeed the worst average, or worst personal best average, of these 6 people.
40.
So him being at 6th position in the table probably isn't an accident. There is also a case
77.
that him not playing at his best is dragging down his opponents. They're being maybe the tiniest bit sympathetic or being drawn into these sluggish
58.
battles. When you see someone struggling, you can't be sympathetic. I used to pride myself on the fact that if someone was struggling, I would just take
60.
them out. I never had a problem with that. Good darts. from Ryan
74.
Hogarth. That's the second 174 he's hit today. That was beautifully done. Really good to see.
100.
And this would be
Ryan, you require 32.
a 19-dart hold.
Game shot on the
And
second
it is
leg.
a very, very good
Ryan
conversion
Hogarth.
in, of course, 206 in 4 darts. That's going to give you confidence, hopefully. But he looks like someone who is still puzzled by what is happening on the dartboard.
Lead to throw first. Game on.
I am sure my commentary colleagues,
80.
Chris Mason and, of course, Chris Murphy, who will join you on Thursday, would say to you, if you're not entirely certain how your darts are behaving, figure it out.
101.
Now, the problem that Ryan has is he's trying to figure this out on the fly. He has to figure it out whilst playing a competitive match.
60.
But there's going to be one little question going through his mind right now. And that is, am I going to win a game in this group?
99.
There's one thing I'd like you to focus on the next time he throws, which is one of the reasons why his darts sometimes go in at funny angles. Look at where he holds the dart. It's right at the end. And I'm talking right at the end. I haven't seen anybody hold a dart at the end like that since Bob Anderson.
125.
It takes real skill to throw a dart when you're almost throwing on the point.
81.
First person to finish is Lee Cox. That's a better throw.
140.
That's really good.
Lee require
Something has
140.
clicked for Ryan Hogarth. Is this going to click? Double 10.
Game
Bang!
on
In
the
she
third
goes.
leg.
Lee Cox with a haymaker.
Cox.
140 out. His best finish of the week so far. That was very, very impressive for a 2-1 lead against a player who was starting to improve.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
It's always the way. When you're playing poorly and you start to find something, your opponent starts to lift their level.
100.
And for the first time today, Ryan Hogarth is averaging over 90. But he's 2-1 behind.
83.
Just allow me to tip my cap to Lee Cox there. That was a great finish.
$100.
But something has started to come into place for Ryan. The darts aren't waving in the air or fishtailing as much as they were earlier on. They're starting to go in a little bit straighter, which is very encouraging. That's the dart he's afraid of. The one that skews to the right. There is another thing he can do
39.
to try and stop that. He can use a longer stem, which would give him more stability. Use something maybe of the same size that Lee has. But there's one thing you don't want to do in a practice room
60.
that has got 6 players in it. And that's start giving them coaching or assistance. Or indeed, lending them equipment that might help them. No help needed there.
180.
Because he will come back for 82 and a 2-2 game.
$98. Ryan, you require 82.
That leaves 66. And he doesn't get a shot at the bullseye. Too many mistakes.
42. Lee, you require 120.
Just taking 140. 120 in comparison is easier. And it's possible.
100.
He will have fancied that one.
Ryan,
And I
you
have to
require
admit,
40.
I thought he was going to take it.
Game shot
Double
the full
10
flag.
comes to Ryan Hogarth's aid. And I have to say, if there has been one bright spark over the course of the last day and a bit for Ryan Hogarth, his double 10s have been fairly decent.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Just spare a thought right now for what's going through the mind of Lee Cox. There's a fair bit of bravado and a little bit of testosterone in the practice room. And the other 5 players that aren't
58.
Ryan Hogarth will not want to be the first to lose to him. I'm sure there's a bit of camaraderie in there, and a bit of friendship. But there is a competitive spirit in that room, believe me. I've only peeked into the practice room. I have not actually been in there to play.
100.
Maybe later. At some point. I'll give you my assessment of the practice room as and when I do play in it.
105.
Maybe what we need to do is get you a commentator that has played already. How about that?
23.
Might be possible.
They require 116.
No, that 116 is possible. Because it was taken in the last match by Kevin Burness. In vain, of course.
60.
Hogarth has reverted to type here. But this is still his best performance of the week so far. Much, much better.
40. They require 56.
To get the lead back, he's going 20 for double 18.
38.
Time will tell as to whether that was the right choice. A lot of people would say that it's a dangerous plan, going for 20 and double 18 for a couple of reasons.
They require 18.
Just got to figure this out. Double 9. Double 4.
10.
He could get bitten now.
Ryan, you require 98.
Double 18.
38.
Wasn't really under threat there.
Lee require 8.
This is a much better double than double 9.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
It's a better double for a right-hander, in my opinion, if indeed you are right-eye dominant. I'm not going to go into that. That's way too complicated. But you don't, when you miss it, have to go for a single number. That's the reason.
Sixth leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
3-2 to Lee Cox in what has been a fascinating game, where the averages are very similar, around 87.
64.
Hogarth has the better doubling stats, but he hasn't had as many chances as Lee has. And that is due to him having the darts
100.
in the odd-numbered legs so far.
$41.
If indeed Ryan does lose this match, he won't have to wait long for his final match of the day. That will come in match 13 against Kevin Burness.
90.
Which is a very important game for Kevin. Because if he wins that one, he will go into Wednesday with 16 points, which is a very, very tidy effort. The best thing that Lee can do is go into Wednesday with 12.
60.
So if he goes into tomorrow 4 points behind, that is not an impossible position. He's still within striking distance.
134.
Nobody's going to have more than 16 points going into tomorrow. So Lee Cox's mission is very, very clear. Beat Ryan Hogarth and beat Conor Hennigan in the last
60.
match of the day, and you will be in contention. Got to stay straight.
60.
That he does, but it's still a difficult chance.
100.
A lot of people might have gone for
Ryan,
the
you
bullseye
require
there
160.
with that last dart. And he has that little quandary now of, can I try and guarantee a bullseye shot? Or shall I go for the treble 17?
60. Lee, you require 91.
Sometimes that depends on his opponent's position. Well, that dart says it all. Double 10 for the win.
71. Ryan, you require 100.
Treble 17 was an absolute beauty. But he's looking at an equaling dart from Ryan Hogarth, and he's still scratching his temple as if to say, I still don't know what's going on with my game. But what we do know is that 2 match darts have been missed by Lee Cox, and now we're into a last leg decider.
Final leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
It was all looking so clear. As soon as Lee hit that treble 17 to leave tops, you thought he's going to take that, a double 10. It's going to be a 4-2 win.
100.
But darts is not that simple. Hogarth has to take a lot of credit in taking out that 100.
60.
It was a great shot. A very much improved display here. And he's starting to warm to the way his darts are behaving. He's starting to understand that he has to just play with the way they're reacting right now. It might not be
80.
The way he wants, but he can't change it right now. Well, that's very, very good from the Scot. He's first to a finish, and there's huge pressure on Lee Cox now. If he loses this game, he's in trouble in this group.
Ryan, you require 134.
He may have to settle for a space in the top 3 as his goal. Single 16
94.
Leaves him on tops, and Lee Cox needs a 170 to win
170.
it. Well, he got a 140. It's just a different double. After those, bullseye! Oh, what a way to finish the match. That's incredible from Lee Cox. A 140 out to get an earlier leg, and then he gets the 170 to finish the job. And that will make Ryan Hogarth feel sickened to his stomach. He was that close to his first win of the week, but the 170 out, that was the 3rd Tum Plus check out of the match. What a glorious, glorious finish from Lee Cox. Hat tipped. Brilliant. Kevin McDine and Conor Hennigan next. What more can you say about the end of that last match? Absolutely delightful. That match is over, though. We're going into the next one. Kevin McDine and Conor Hennigan. They're probably having a little chin wag about the end of that last match. It's not often you hit a 170 checkout when your opponent is on a match double. But there you see it. You see how important it was for Lee Cox to win that match. Gets him to 10 points. And of course, Hennigan and Cox will play each other in match 15. So now, Lee Cox is hoping for a McDine win.
Game on.
Fabulous, fabulous stuff. And this will bring to a close
40.
the fourth match for all players. And the final furlong will be upon us. Conor looking to replicate what he did yesterday against McDine. Winning with a 95.19 average and a 4-1 scoreline. It was at that point we realised that Conor Heneghan had talent in front of our very eyes. He will play
95.
2 of the last 4 matches today. And the best position he can have going into Wednesday is 16 points. It's conceivable
45.
that Conor and Kevin Burness will both be on 16 points before we start tomorrow's final session.
133.
And if that is the case, there will be a big gap between the top 2 and the rest.
41. Conor require 138.
19's route, very, very popular these days because if you get 2 singles, you leave
86.
yourself on 100, which you can leave a double from, of course.
$76.
52, we'll see
a
first leg break of throw as we're all coming down from the end of the last match.
Game shot on the first leg.
Conor Hennigan keeps it going.
Hennigan.
14 darted from him. He's just looking very, very composed and ready for the challenge. And potentially, in the last furlong today, he could draw level with
Second
Kevin Burness or even
Conor
lead
to
him.
throw first. Game on.
Yes, with that in mind, just imagine if Ryan Hogarth beats Burness next.
45.
And then Hennigan wins his 2 matches. He will go into tomorrow in the lead on points. And not just leg difference
59.
like it was this morning. Well, if indeed you are fluttering on the daily winner, I can confirm
60.
to you that it is 6 points for Burness and Owen right now. On leg difference, Kevin Burness is top. But if Hennigan wins this match,
55.
after 4 games completed by every player, Hennigan will be top of the daily table. And that win would also take him to the top of the Group A table as well, because he currently has the same leg difference as Kevin Burness. So any win will put him to the top.
58.
Kevin's really struggling for trebles. He's throwing a good line, but is struggling to find the inner ring. No such trouble for Conor.
140.
You can see the frustration there of Kevin.
59.
It's one of those legs that you hate. You feel like you're throwing good darts. They're just not dropping in.
81.
Just 1 treble and 2 big singles would get him to a finish here.
41.
But he's starting to get frustrated. And Hennigan's got room to breathe. Doesn't have to go 2 double tops. And for me, he didn't. That was just 2 singles to line up tops for next time. I like that plan. A lot of people might have gone for treble 16. But if you go that route, you don't guarantee 3 darts at tops next time.
40.
So Conor's showing an old head on young shoulders.
Game
He's
shown the
also
second
showing a
leg.
2-0 scoreline.
Conor Hennigan.
He's not playing at the same level that he did against McDine yesterday, but he's not having to. He's just patiently plodding his way through this match. He's halfway to victory.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I
99.
just wonder what the condition is of Kevin's arm. It doesn't seem to be causing him much discomfort. I sincerely hope it isn't. He's had enough pain in his life. He had a really bad problem with his right ankle earlier in his life.
58.
That's something he's had to live with. It's a difficult sport to play when you've got a damaged right ankle
60.
and you're right-handed. The last thing you need is trouble with your right arm.
$96.
That's a little bit better. Kevin's final game of the day will be against Robert Owen. That comes in game 14.
95.
This is a fairly even leg here in leg 3.
$60.
You wonder if Conor's going to be the first to a finish here.
$28.
He is not. Well, of course, unless Kevin has a nightmare visit here, of course. Kevin knows plenty about playing Irish players. He's played quite a lot over in
41.
the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Met plenty of an Irish player in his time. Spent a bit of time with Kevin in the Republic of Ireland when we have been to the Killarney Darts Festival over in Southwest Ireland.
47.
When we had PDC ranked events there. There were the days. That's the shot. Went for bull for tops. That was
97.
somewhat courageous.
What do you require? 150.
Don't discount this. Well, we can now.
140.
Oh, that's a dead cat 140.
You require 50.
Trying to put Kevin off by leaving double 5. Oh, really? Double 4. I didn't see that
42.
coming. I've got to be honest.
Conor, you require 10.
Double 5 is incoming though. Double 2.
6.
I think Kevin's
7, you
attempt at the
require
bull there
8.
was in response to Conor leaving double 5. They're trying to put each other off by going for somewhat strange shots.
Game shown the third
Nothing
leg.
strange about that because Kevin
McDine.
McDine gets his first leg of the contest. Interesting joust in that leg, and you might think that that was showboating, but I think there's a bit of a mental joust going on between these two. It's intriguing
Fourth leg,
stuff.
It's Conor to throw first. Game on.
I've said on many occasions that there is no defence in this game.
44.
But what you can do with your darts is sometimes make your opponent think. There are players who just don't think, and you can't affect them in that
97.
way. But there are some who are very clever, and they will think, why did you do that? That's what's known as a dead cat
100.
shot. It's the equivalent of, see your opponent sitting on 32.
100.
You've got 182 and you hit a 180 to leave double 1. That's called a dead cat 180.
100.
Hennigan has got to stay on point here because his situation in the table,
84.
it's changing every couple of games. He's the one who's close to Ballywalter's Kevin Burness.
100.
It's really up to him to keep the pressure on him. And if he doesn't, someone like Robert Owen or Lee Cox is going to have to win 2 games in a row
100. Conor, you require
just to get into contention.
157.
Treble 19. That's close.
141.
That is brilliant.
Kevin, you require 120.
Could this be brilliant? I'm not surprised. He couldn't see the 60 anyway.
42.
It was worth a try.
Conor, you require
Otherwise,
60.
he would have had to have thrown from almost the camera angle on the left-hand side of the room. It didn't make any difference because Conor Hennigan is now 3-1 up, and he has been the most consistent player of these two. Can he find a very vital 4-1 victory here? 4-2 would do him, and even 4-3, but he'd love to get extra legs.
Game on. $97.
That shot in the 120 would have been frowned upon a few years ago, but you darts fans
95.
might remember when Michael van Gerwen hit it against Michael Smith. He blocked the 60, then he went bull, and the whole world went mad. They said, how can you do such a thing? And then I think it was within about 24, 48 hours, Michael Smith
45.
did it against Van Gerwen, which made it even more funny. And since then, it's become more of a common shot.
140.
Fabulous leg from McDine, who has just hit his first 140
60.
of this match.
Kevin, you require 130.
That's really creative.
90.
And you know what? I really like that. 2 treble 19s would have left double 8. He's showing his darting brain right now.
77.
You might think it's a bit flashy,
Kevin,
but
you require
when your
40.
opponent's way back, I actually really like that shot.
Game's
Finds
on the
double
fifth
10,
leg.
and he's now
Kevin
within
McDine.
once more. He's just asking questions of Conor Hennigan right now. And the question right now is, can he serve it out for a 4-2 victory?
Sixth flag, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Don't think that there is just one way of hitting
40.
certain shots. Yes, there are numbers on the dartboard where you can only go one way. You can only go one way for 156. You can only go one way for 3. You can only go one way for 170. And there are some other examples, like 167.
100.
But Kevin has just showed you that there is more than one way to hit 130 if you've got 6 darts in your hand. I have to stress that.
134.
When your opponent is on a finish, don't go that way. It would be silly. But if he's back on 301, like Conor was, then that 19's first shot
57.
has some credit. These are the kinds of things that prominent dart players do. They seek out different ways of doing things. It's somewhat experimental, but
66.
anybody who's a good counter will have known about that shot, and others. There's a great debate going on right now about 143 and what is the best dart for that one. We'll come on to that if we get into leg 7. Because it's very possible now. Well, if you're going to miss a single, you're better off missing it high and to the left instead of into the 60, Kev. Nice approach from Conor.
Kevin, you require 55.
Double top to take us all the way.
Game
Has done so. That was an effortless 55 out. And this now is a bit of a worrying situation for Conor Hennigan. He was thinking, I'm going to get on terms with Kevin Burness. He could still do so, but he has to break in the last leg.
And final leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Okay, so let me put it to you. You've got 143 left. Your opponent is on
56.
something small, like 65. From a surface area point of view, what is the best possible shot on the dartboard?
98.
I'm not going to dwell on it too much because this is an important match. If indeed you have an answer,
41.
tweet at Darts Live League or indeed myself at the Asset 180 and we'll come back to that in the next match. 143. What's the best first dart?
81.
Got to get back in that big trouble.
54.
Fails to do so, and that's music to the ears of Hennigan, who's got the throwback. He's been made to work very hard today.
99.
It was 4-3 in a defeat to Kevin Burness in match 1. His following game, he won by 4 legs to 1.
96.
It was then 4-1 again against Ryan Hogarth. He has got Lee Cox waiting in match 15, but this
59.
leg is so important for his confidence going into that match, and indeed his confidence for this table.
44.
McDine looked
Conor, you
effortless at
require
the end of the last leg,
164.
but it seems to have evaded him. Another.
81.
We had a 164 from Conor earlier on today against Robert Owen. He couldn't replicate it. He couldn't do what Lee Cox did in the last match by finishing with a huge out.
60.
He won't care about that. He
Conor,
just
you require
wants
83.
one shot. And he's going to get 2. He misses, and don't be shocked if McDine goes 3 bulls.
Kevin, you require 150.
The temptation is going to be too much. And he doesn't do it. He goes the right way. For double 18! Oh, that's a special finish from Kevin McDine. I really thought he was going to go 3 bullseyes because of some of the shots he'd done in the match. But that is an extraordinary finish. Once again to a match. 170 in the previous one, 150 there from McDine. And the key thing in that match is that he takes the points away from Conor Hennigan. He's going to feel hollow going into his final match with Lee Cox a little bit later on. And that's really good news for Kevin Burness because he now plays Ryan Hogarth and he could open up a bit of a gap going into Wednesday. One thing we know about this match coming up for Kevin Burness and Ryan Hogarth is that it is their last match of the day. But one thing we do know as well is that if Kevin Burness wins it, he is in the lead in the table going into tomorrow. There you have it. Kevin Burness at the top. And that will remain the case if he wins against bottom-placed Ryan Hogarth, who right now may still be smarting from that 170 finish from Lee Cox.
Game on.
It only happened a couple of games ago, but now we've had 2 matches that have had a huge finish to close
62.
proceedings.
43.
In Kevin's last game, he did suffer defeat to Robert Owen. So this is his last chance to get to 16 points for 2 days' work. You could argue that Kevin has been the best player over the first couple of days.
140.
And I don't think that will be argued if he wins this match. But just when Ryan Hogarth starts to put something together,
97.
he was sitting on a double to win 4-3 against Lee Cox in match 11. He's thinking, I'm going to get this. Because he was 75% on his doubles at the time, averaging 87. It was his best performance of the week. And then in pops that maximum finish.
60.
And it took 2 huge finishes just to dispose of Ryan Hogarth. So no matter what he turns his hand to this week, someone's got the answer.
100.
And most of the time, Burness has got the answer in this group. Because he hasn't lost a great deal of matches. In fact, he's only lost 2. He lost to Hennigan yesterday in match 15.
Kevin, you require
and he lost
81.
to Owen today in match 10. The rest of the time, predominantly he's been the better player against his opponents. Bullseye.
56. Ryan, you require 122.
That scuppers that chance.
38.
Does Burness
you
find
require
25 for an
24.
early break here? Solid 9.
9.
Not quite on the double 8. The
Ryan, you
marker wasn't
require 84.
close enough to bump it in. He should be getting a shot at the bullseye
24.
from 84.
Kevin, you require 60.
And not doing so is a miss at this level.
Game
That is not a miss, and that is a break for Kevin Burness. Really good news for him. It came in about 18 darts, which for him is a bit under par, but he won't care because he now serves for 2-0.
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I beg your pardon, that was 21 darts.
58.
I suppose I'm just used to Kevin Burness taking care of legs in either 6 visits or less.
$100.
5 matches today on top of 92 others. When he plays
41.
his 3rd match tomorrow, he will have played his 100th match of the year. So, in darting terms, he can raise his darts to the pavilion.
86.
I don't think there are too many players who have played 100 matches.
44.
I'm pretty sure Martin Adams has. Well, we'll touch on that tomorrow.
60.
We haven't had a 3-figure average today. We have been very close.
55.
Burness with the best winning average of the day. So far, of course. A 97.8 against McDine.
99.
303 downstairs is the right player.
84. Ryan, you require 100.
There's 6 starts from here to get himself in the match. And to get his throw back. One of the key
60.
things over the last match and a leg has been that Hogarth has not changed his darts back to something else. He stayed with
85.
one set. Going
Ryan,
forward,
96.
he's got to make a choice. If these are the ones he wants to play with, put the other ones away. Okay, double top.
56. Kevin, you require
Even with that
134.
brilliant effort at the 96, he's just coming across as a bit negative. Double 10.
124.
And for a moment there, I thought it was going to be another big
Ryan
finish
requires
against
20.
Ryan Hogarth.
Game
As
shot
it
the
turns
second
out,
leg.
it is a
Ryan
19 darter
Hogarth.
for Ryan Hogarth, and he has broken this time. So we are now levelled up at 1-1, but only just after that 1-3-4 miss from Burness on double 10.
Third leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I just wonder if these
81.
flights that he's using in this set are a tiny bit bigger. It may be a visual illusion, but they do look a tiny bit bigger than the other ones he was using earlier on,
140.
which were grey in colour with a skull on them. Don't get me wrong, Ryan Hogarth is a very good player,
100.
but there are improvements that need to be made. And I only say that because I want the best for him. I've known him quite a few years.
100.
I visited his hometown a few times. He brings the dart back towards the central line of his nose.
83.
It's a very good technique, but for me it's the grip and the drawback towards his face that need addressing. It's not the line of it,
57.
because like I say, the line is very good. But the deviation of the flight of, well, the height of the flight, it goes up and down when it goes towards his nose.
140.
If I was coaching Ryan, I would get that to stop, because there's too much of a variable in flight
100.
angle when he lets it go.
Ryan, you require 97.
Double top after another double attempt, and this
Game
time he
shot
gets it
the third
right.
leg.
Beautifully
Ryan
done.
Hogarth.
He's starting to relax a little bit, and he's starting to show us what he can do. It wasn't in the middle, but it didn't have to be. It's 2-1 to Ryan Hogarth now.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Burness in a bit of trouble here. And I mentioned in the last match
40.
that Hennigan's loss to McDine by 4-3 was good news for Kevin. Kevin Burness, that is.
58.
How much would Hennigan welcome a Ryan Hogarth win? Because what that would do
100.
is ensure that a Hennigan win against Lee Cox in match 15 would put him top of the table on his own on 14 points.
99.
To make things really interesting going into Wednesday, we could potentially have a win for Hogarth here, which would keep Burness on 14.
140.
We could get a Robert Owen win against McDine, which would put him on 12. And then a Lee Cox win, which would put him on 12.
60.
And that would mean 4 players within 2 points of each other. So that just paints a slightly different picture to what we could potentially have with 2
46.
people running away with it. It's by no means all said and done, this. Oh, that's a bad dart now. He really wanted to get further south than 149.
65.
Is Burness starting
Trying to
to
require
tire
149.
just slightly? Hogarth is getting closer to his opponents than he has all week.
45. Kevin, you require 110.
But he should have got closer to the finishing line there. Double 16 for Burness.
94.
What a chance this is for Hogarth now.
Ryan, you require 100.
Break the throw here. And then you have not one, but 2 chances to serve it out.
$37. Kevin, you require 16.
Should be 2-2.
Game
And
shot
is
the
2-2.
full flag. Kevin Burness.
A little bit of a look into the camera there, or in the camera's direction from Kevin Burness, as if to say, I'm working hard for this. It's not a natural game for me, but I will go to the very end. We could have 2 or 3 legs left.
Game on. $43.
Kevin using a new dart shirt today. I mentioned it in his first match today against Conor Hennigan. I think it's a great shirt. I think it's the best one he's done so far.
60.
They've all followed a very similar pattern. But this one has got real punch about it.
98.
I would not be shocked to see KB back on tour next year after a little bit of a sabbatical.
83. $97.
That's a really intelligent switch as well. The 97 gets him to within 4 darts of the leg.
96.
There's a common theme in darts thinking right now. It's all about not wasting 1 dart. If you look at this situation here,
100.
Kevin Burness was 4 darts away from winning the leg. Ryan Hogarth is 5 darts away from winning the leg. Because you can't leave a double from 219.
99.
It's just little
Kevin, you require
things like that people think about these days. They have the same shot here though. Tops. And Burness is 3-2 ahead with a break of throw now. No matter what Ryan Hogarth does today, his opponents they've also got the answer. And I just think that Kevin Burness is going to be too strong with 2 chances to win the match now.
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Maybe I'm wrong though.
58.
I'm not always right. Last week I was, when I tipped Peter Wright to win day 4 of the Super Series
96.
in Coventry. I said from the very off, Peter Wright will win on Thursday. What did he do? He won on Thursday.
98.
And before you ask, I don't know what the lottery numbers are for tomorrow night. I haven't the foggiest.
94.
Looking to put a big hole in it here.
100.
That will do. A good dart and a bit ahead. Hogarth fighting
125.
for his first couple of points of the week. Last week, Richard Rowlands struggled for points after qualifying through modern amateur darts. But Ryan Hogarth has got a lot more experience than Richard.
100.
He is looking like
Kevin,
he
you require
might
140.
go into Wednesday with 0 points. It does depend on his next visit.
100.
Because that is a wonder dart
Ryan, you
from Kevin
require
Burness to lead
86.
tops. Double 16. Double
Game shot
eight is
the
found.
sixth flag.
Really, really good
Ryan
defiance there from Ryan Hogarth. He really doesn't want to go into Wednesday with 0 points next to his name. But he needs to find one more leg if that's going to be the case, and he gets 2 points for Tuesday.
Seventh and final leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes darts is all about gradual
100.
improvement. And if he goes back to his hotel after this match with 2 points, he will feel better than yesterday. And then his goal for tomorrow
59.
is to maybe get 4 points. It was the same for Glenn Durrant last week. Struggling to win a leg at the start of the week. He had to gradually improve. He eventually beat Joe Cullen.
100.
You can't expect to go from the doldrums right to World Championship winning form overnight. You have to rebuild. That doesn't work though. He still has a 1 dart advantage, but that's gone.
98.
Ryan is trying to take advantage of a somewhat despondent Kevin Burness right now, who will be disappointed that the game has gone this far. But Kevin does have 6 darts from here.
60.
And he's now given 6 darts to Hogarth from 159. You could say this is Ryan's best chance of a win.
99.
But he has had a game earlier today where he missed 3 match darts against Robert Owen. Oh, there's the pressure. And Ryan knew that was coming.
Ryan requires 60.
He's going to get 2 more, is he? Yes, he is. For the win.
40.
He's missed them both. And Kevin Burness chose to leave double 6.
12.
He had plenty of options when he left 66 with 1 dart. This was his choice, and it was a fine choice. A huge dart, not for Ryan Hogarth because he goes into Wednesday with no points. But as you can see, Burness was the better player in the average. He wasn't on the checkouts, but that highest checkout of 120 was very impressive. So we will have Kevin Burness at the top of the table going into Wednesday. It's about all of the others trying to position themselves for the strike for then. Robert Owen and Kevin McDine will come first in match number 14. We do now know that Kevin Burness will be top of the table going into Wednesday, but where will everybody else sit? So strap in and see what's going to happen next as Kevin McDine takes on Robert Owen. There it is, confirmed 16 points and plus 12. Closest challenger Conor Hennigan for now. And you think that will remain the case because of his really good leg difference.
Okay, first leg, it's Robert to throw first.
But you have to be within striking distance for tomorrow. Kevin McDine on 8 points is 8 adrift
81.
of Kevin Burness. So if he stands any chance, he has to win this one to draw level on points with Robert Owen, which would be 10
61.
and 3 wins behind. That's still very unlikely. But 6 points behind is a darn sight better than 8 points behind.
81.
The intention for tomorrow for Ryan Hogarth is to just get a win. He was denied today, but he did get closer.
100.
Kevin seems to have managed pretty well with his right arm
56.
the last couple of days. And judging by his league position, it looks like he may have to play a total of 5 days this week to try and get into Saturday's final to play a 6th. That's a real test for someone with a slight niggle to their throwing arm.
121.
What he might be doing in the practice room is just limiting the amount of reps he has. He's limited his chance of winning this leg by leaving 163.
80.
That last start treble makes things a bit easier for Robert.
83.
Closely followed by Kevin
60.
after 5 visits. But these are the kinds of shots he was hitting against Burness a little bit earlier.
40.
But not on this occasion.
Kevin, you require 80.
Is Kevin going to go north? Just one tops needed.
Game shown the
Just
first
one
leg.
tops required and one
Kevin
taken. 80 checkout for a break of throw, and Kevin McDine will play with a relaxed nature in this match because it worked in his last game against Hennigan. Is it going to be more points
Second
for
leg,
him?
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I did say at the start of the last match,
180.
what pressure was on Ryan Hogarth? None. And right now, what pressure is on McDine? I don't think there's any on him at all.
140.
That will be reflected in how he performs. He's just going to play his natural game because Hennigan,
41.
Lee Cox, Robert Owen and Kevin Burness, they're the ones who are expected in their positions to challenge for the top spot.
97.
And yes, Kevin can drag himself within 6 points, but the pressure's on the other people. At least that's what I'd be saying to myself.
56. $60.
It's just struck me that I haven't told any Kevin McDine stories today, of which there are plenty. How about the time that
85.
he was travelling with me to Benidorm back in 2012, I believe it was. He slept in for the flight, packed very quickly,
140.
forgot that he left his darts in his hand luggage.
Kevin, you require
And when we got to the
139.
airport, the person at security threw them in the bin. We all thought it was hilarious.
99.
I think he had
Robert,
plenty
you
of other
require
sets to use.
64.
Oh, that's actually quite fortunate because that was in the treble 16.
32.
If he looks at that 48 segment,
Kevin, you
there's a
require
puncture
40.
wound there. So he's lucky that he's not leaving 64.
Games on the
It didn't make
second
any
leg.
difference because
Kevin
McDine
McDine.
takes tops again for a 16 darter. And he's making a really, really good performance here. Look, very relaxed. So if he keeps this going, Robert Owen's got problems.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And
100.
Kevin's got 4 points for the day. And he got 4 points yesterday. So if he's looking for gradual improvement, a win against Robert
59.
here will give him that gradual improvement. Robert Owen is trying to equal the 8
100.
points for the day by Kevin Burness. But because of the leg difference of Burness, he is assured of winning the daily table
96.
with 8 points and +6. Robert Owen cannot catch him. All he can do, being 2-0 down, is get to 8 points and +3.
140.
So if you had a little flutter on Kevin Burness to win the daily table, you have won.
56. Robert, you require 161.
Treble 16's an option here.
80 for you. 78.
And that's why the treble 20 was a bit more risky, because the flight was in the way. I just get the feeling that Robert doesn't like double 18.
100.
I know Kevin does. After that 150 out against Conor Hennigan in match 12. That was to win the match. He's got 66 left. He can go treble 14 if he doesn't want to go for double 18. But he does. Let's find out if he likes it.
Game shot on the third leg. Robert Owen.
Just goes to show how much I know about this game, because I said he didn't like double 18, and then he gets a shot about 6 darts later, and he takes it first dart. So, Robert, you're the boss.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. .96.
Game is far from over. Thank you for tuning in with us all morning and early afternoon long. It's been very entertaining, especially in the last few matches where we've had some key checkouts. 120 for Burness in the last one. Before that, we had the 150 from McDine, and then that 170 from Lee Cox against Ryan Hogarth
60.
when he was sitting on a match-winning double. That was the highlight of the day. We'll see more from Lee Cox in match 15 following this. And he will have the opportunity to get within 4 points of Kevin Burness and possibly
43.
level with Hennigan. I get the feeling that Kevin's relaxed nature with his game has
100.
somewhat tightened up a bit, which is reflected in his score. Stay there. Now 60.
92.
He doesn't make mathematical errors, Kevin McDine.
64.
That is probably the strongest part of his game.
.60.
And here's a chance. He's thinking, get to 70. Or indeed, get to something around
96.
70.
Robert, you require 104.
That's not bad. But Robert has the better position. But it's McDine who has the chance now.
56. Kevin, you require 114.
19's first. Stay there, or 45.
43.
Just another example of lots of opportunities on
Robbie, you
114.
require 48.
Didn't have to stay on treble 19 for double. He could have gone 45 bull. Owen finds a
even shot on the
beautiful
fourth
double
leg.
16 though.
Robert Owen.
Let me assure you that the flight from the single 16 was firmly in his way. And for him to find the top left corner, that was millimetre perfect for 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
It was all McDine in the first 2 legs. That has changed.
140.
And we know that Robert Owen can sprint to the end. He did so against Hogarth earlier by hitting a 112
99.
finish in the last leg shootout. When he beat Lee Cox in match 7, again 4-3, a last leg 12 darter.
83.
This is his time of the game. Is it going to be so once again? And of course, taking care of business against
99.
Burness in match 10 gives everybody hope. Well, everybody apart from Ryan Hogarth. But just to give you an indication of what we're looking for this week, if you are a new viewer to the Online Darts Live League, we do, of course, welcome you along. Just waiting to see what Kevin would leave there. He wanted another 19 to leave 170. But we need 3 players from this week to go through to Champions Week, which will be in the middle of August. That's where all the money
85.
is. Get to Champions Week. Then you go through a league phase to get to the finals, where the big monies will happen on the Saturday.
100.
We have 6 competitors already qualified for Champions Week in Conor Whitehead, Martin Thomas, Jamie Kelling, Fallon Sherrick, Wayne Warren and Jim Williams.
93.
Talk about a strong group so far.
Kevin, you require 86.
Multiple major champions in there. Single 18 for Bull for 3-2.
39. Robert, you require 40.
Tops to be in front after being 2-0 down.
Game shot on the
And that's
5th
exactly
day.
what we get.
Robert Owen.
Comprehensive from Robert Owen, who is limping around the room with that brace on his leg. He's just taking everything at his own pace. But it's a good enough pace because now he has the chance for a 4-2 win.
It's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $56.
Talking about those major champions in the finals, or the Champions Week, sorry. Fallon Sherrick,
85.
World Trophy champion. Wayne Warren, World champion. Jim Williams, World Trophy champion. Amongst other things.
180.
Well, that is the first maximum. Actually, the second maximum of this match. Both have come from McDine. Not the first time he's slipped outside of the 19 on an approach shot. And that's why he's shaking his head. He just doesn't want to give Robert any breathing space. He wants to get to the finish first and force the mistake from him. The doubling in this match has been brilliant. 67% for McDine, 60% for Owen. That's world class.
134.
Here comes the pressure.
140.
A leave of
Robert, you
95.
require 142.
But it's Owen for the match. Different. 66 left. Well, I think that was for the bullseye.
Kevin, you require 95.
He might refute it. But I think you might be telling porkies. Double 19, double 19. There's one. Oh, that one
57.
slipped out of his hand, surely.
Robert, you require 56.
This is to finish with 12 points going into Wednesday. And that's exactly what he does.
Robert
A really
Owen.
good return for Robert Owen today, who picks up 8 points for Tuesday. It was a somewhat shaky Monday for him, but he has responded on the second day of the week. He's still in contention, of course. It's a really good performance, a 93 average with 67% on the doubles. Something to cling to going into the final day of the group tomorrow. Speaking of final, Lee Cox and Conor Hennigan will play the final match of the day. Robert Owen has done his job in pursuit of Kevin Burness at the top of the table. It's now up to 2 more players to get 2 more points to be a little bit closer to the table topper. There you have it. It will be 3 players on 12 points in pursuit of Kevin Burness if Lee Cox can find a win here against Conor. But if that's not the case, Conor will go into tomorrow 2 points behind Kevin. And I'm pretty sure
Okay, first leg, it's Conor to throw
the schedulers
first.
of tomorrow's
Game
matches will try and make it as exciting as possible. Great start. Perfect start.
180.
The one thing that Conor Hennigan has in his locker right now isn't just 180s that are being backed up by Lee Cox. Is that his leg difference is better than Kevin Burness. Only by 2 legs.
100.
But the more he can stay in pursuit of him and keep his leg difference better, he's still in an attacking
59.
position. If he's only 1 win adrift, all he's got to do is mimic what Kevin does, then beat Kevin.
105.
That game against Burness would take on huge, huge amounts of pressure if indeed they're 2 points apart when they play tomorrow.
84. Conor, you require 100.
Cross that bridge when we come to it. But Hennigan is looking for a strong finish here. 116 for the first leg.
76.
Wasn't far off.
$36.
Tops
Conor, you
it still
require
is,
40.
with Lee a little bit closer to the finish line. Still tops.
20.
And still he
Lee, you
hasn't
require
taken the first leg.
142.
Don't leave Lee Cox on something like this. Just a little bit of a warning to Conor Hennigan after that 170 checkout from earlier against Ryan Hogarth.
30. Conor, you require 20.
Double 10
Finish on the
is
first
found,
leg.
and a
Hennigan.
16 darter is good enough to take that first encounter in this best of 7 match. I get the feeling there's going to be a twist in this match for some reason. I've got a feeling in my water. Will I be right?
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Maybe there's been enough twists for one day.
140.
But darts is not predictable. It's not black and white. It's red, it's white, it's green,
100.
it's black. I've had a few questions from darts fans over the last few weeks, actually,
100.
as to whether there could be a slight change in colour for the dartboard going forward. And I think that's a really interesting idea.
100.
I suppose when you look at things like snooker and pool, you've got blue tables and green
58.
tables. In snooker, it's very traditional. It has to be the green. But I don't suppose there is a rule that states the dartboard has to be a red treble. Think back to Bullseye back in the 80s. The treble used to be red, but the 20 was white. And the Bullseye was black.
45.
Maybe from a television perspective, it's why you have these certain colours in different parts of the board. Maybe it's just better to
81.
view whilst the treble is red
They
and the
require
bullseye is red.
158.
From that perspective, I get it. But maybe there are other colours you can paint the
58.
dartboard that would be good for TV. Just a
Conor, you
thought.
require 85.
The thought for Hennigan is 85 for 2-0, and it's very possible.
65.
But again, he is denied by tops.
Lee, you require 100.
He knows all about this. He's done it twice today. He's done it tops as well.
60.
But there's no third time lucky.
Conor, you require 20.
Double 10 is tricky now. Got to find an angle. Oh, and he finds the angle as well. What a shot that is from Conor Hennigan. For 2-0, he really does crave a big win here. Not just to get closer on points to Burness, but just to bolster that leg difference.
Third leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
It's currently at plus 14. Now just imagine if he does win 4-0.
140.
He's playing like someone who fancies it. He could get to plus 18. Every leg you win
40
is a confidence booster. And this is a superb performance.
100.
Which could have been a lot better if he'd have found tops in the first couple of legs. He's only 20% on his doubles, but he's still averaging 93.
41.
Lee Cox looks a little bit bereft of energy. He did have a huge adrenaline spike when he had that huge finish against Ryan Hogarth. And don't forget about the fact that he had 140 checkout in that match as well.
58. Conor, you require 100.
Conor's got all the answers in this match. Bullseye.
136.
Great attempt. Shouldn't really have gone for it.
45.
But sometimes you just fancy it.
Conor, you require 25.
It's a missed single. Leaves 11, so single 3. Leaves double 4.
21.
He hasn't had a good game on the doubles, but has scored very well. Lee Cox has not had a shot at double yet. That just goes to show how well Conor has scored.
4.
Double 2.
Game
Double
shot
1 is good.
leg.
And nothing
Conor
mad about
Hennigan.
that, because he is only one leg away from a 4-0 victory in this match, which would finish his day brilliantly and really boost his confidence for tomorrow.
$140.
If I was in Lee Cox's shoes right now, I'd be saying, do not lose this 4-0. Nobody likes to be beaten to 0. Whether it's 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, you name it.
41.
Hennigan's just in a really brutal mood.
100.
He's not doing anything wrong on the scoring. It's so consistent. In contrast to that, there's a lot of head shaking going on for Lee.
90.
He's going to stay up there and try and force it through. That's his style.
100.
And he leaves 161 for the match. He's already missed it on the bullseye in this contest. Is he going to give himself another chance?
56.
Well, Lee didn't stay on the 20s there, which was the right thing to do. So he didn't give himself a chance at the 170 again.
61.
You can't go 18s on 230. You have to stay straight. The other option was, of course, going for the bullseye, and 225s would have left 160.
98.
But this is for the match now, to close out our session, to take us into Wednesday. Just get the single 20 to lay up.
60.
And he does just about that. That was a very risky scenario there in the single 20. to keep the match going. It's double 18.
Game
Very,
shot
very
fourth
good
leg.
from Lee Cox.
Lee Cox.
I think he might have cut himself on one of his darts, and he might have to put a plaster on that finger. I think I saw a little bit of bloodshed on the dartboard. And this is just a little signal to all you young players out there. It's a very sharp thing, a dart, and a dartboard can be as well. I think Lee's just going to go and tend to his hand before we continue. So just a little warning to any young player. If you are playing steel-tip darts, just be careful when you're moving your darts around in your hand. Because if you do cut yourself, the first thing you need to do, put it under some water, control it, and then get a plaster from there. It's 3-1. And as you can see in our table, Kevin Burness, 16 points. Conor Hennigan on 12. It could well be that he is on 14 points within another leg, but he has been denied by Lee Cox, of course, in that leg with a beautiful 76 out. We can see that Ryan Hogarth is pretty much eliminated from his possibility of getting in the top 3. What we can say as well at this juncture as we take a small break is that if you can get into the top 3, you will, of course, if you top the table, go through to the finals on Saturday night. Second and third position will go through to Thursday and Friday night. When it comes to 4th, 5th and 6th, they will play on Thursday and Friday during the day in a 6-person group. And of course, that will be involving Aaron Monk, George Killington and Scott Williams. As far as Thursday and Friday night are concerned, it is Chaz Barstow, Mark Dudbridge. So Flash is coming by for a couple of nights at least. And then headlining, of course, on Thursday and Friday night is Tony O'Shea. I think we're ready to go back to the board. The guys are just having a bit of a practice after this small break. Or at least one of them is, as you can hear. But when
Fifth leg, it's Conor to
we are going to go back down to the board. So let's go and have a little look at this 5th leg.
$100.
Apologies for that break in our proceedings there. But when one of the players has cut themselves on a dart,
139.
the most important thing is the player's welfare. It does, of course,
100.
highlight just how dangerous this game can be for haemophiliacs, of which the 2002 world champion Tony David is one.
42.
So just imagine if Tony had cut himself on a flight, because that's possible, the equivalent of a paper cut, or indeed a point. He would have had to go to hospital.
180.
Looks like Conor Hennigan is going to Wednesday with 14 points.
100. Conor, you require 120.
6 darts from here to finish off his day. And he has been very strong.
41.
Not as strong as yesterday, though. Yesterday he got 8 points and topped the daily table. A win in this match would give him 6. But it's not assured yet.
180.
He's got to take care of the 80.
Conor, you require 80.
Double 10. Job done.
Game shot and the
Conor
match.
Hennigan. Well
Conor
done,
Hennigan.
young man. That 22-year-old from Ireland has just done a fabulous job when he was put pressure on by Lee Cox. That 180 gave him a fighting chance of coming back into the match. But as you can see, Burness will finish on 16 points. Conor Hennigan is just behind him. We are going to look at our table right here. Number 1, Burness. Number 2, Hennigan. Number 3, Owen. Lee Cox has to stay on 10 points in 4th position. He might be out of striking distance now, but we have a wonderful Wednesday to come, as Lee Cox will probably have to go through a couple of plasters today after cutting his hand. But we are going to take a break, but we will come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. I will be here. I hope you will be too. We will see out Group A on Wednesday, starting at 9:30 a.m. We will see you then. This is the Assets signing out.
Ah.